So we have a panel on sources, themes, and contexts in the in new Jewish discourse. And I am very pleased to introduce Harm Dambur from the University of Basel. And he is a full professor for Ibero-Romance literature at the University of Basel, I already mentioned. He has researched and published extensively on early modern Iberian literature with a particular focus on the literature, cultural, intellectual history of Iberian Jews and conversos. And well, his first big volume monography on the Sephardi literature in Amsterdam is really created a new field and reorganized this field. And I'm very pleased to introduce him and to pass. So he will talk about mapping the scriptures in Western Sephardic literature on the use of the vernacular Bible among Iberian Jews of converso origin.
Thank you so much. So some minutes that don't count for the Bible, I must express, or they count the most, how grateful I am to being invited here to this group. When I was invited to the fellowship about new Jews, new Christians, polemics, apologetics, identity, I go, wow, what should I contribute? What should we do? What is expected of us? And then Claude and David said, no, you can fit it in how you want. So we had extreme freedom. And I think this is a wonderful model because I see this this group and David and Claude and the Saint Patron Joseph as a kind of modern trainers who don't approach it and who don't approach their pupils any longer with a tough regime and everything scheduled for them, but they expect that people motivate themselves and they contribute when they feel at best. And that's exactly how we feel. And I think that what I thought I would be doing, I've really done from the first day. I was highly motivated to profit from this opportunity for the maximum, and I've enjoyed thoroughly. And I think I've truly enriched my research with all the conversations, exchanges, and we've had and we still have. So it's a wonderful opportunity, and I wish to express my gratitude. Thank you. So now about como dice el verso, as the verse states, on the use of the vernacular Bible among Sephardim of converso origin. I wanted to use this opportunity to present a research project which we are doing now for a year at the University of Basel. I think it's related to what we are doing, but on the same time, I want to make it known to you. Maybe you have some input or some ideas about it, so that would be highly enriching. So I've worked on the Ferrara Bible before, on the reception of this Bible. And the Bible, of course, there would be a tautologic when I say that the Bible was very important for the conversos. Of course, the Bible was essential. It was one of the key elements of identification with Judaism, with their Iberian identity through these translations into Spanish of the Bible and the prayer books and liturgical works. That's conversos who reverted to Judaism would use in the synagogue, where, of course, everything was performed as in every synagogue in Hebrew, but they would have their books with them and they could follow what was being said. And the language of this translation is, of course, highly particular, as we know. Here we see the well-known title page of the Bible as it was printed in Ferrara in 1553. This was a huge project by Abraham Uske and Jontop Matthias, and you know that from the start there has been speculation, there have been theories. Is this a Bible which is gathered from the existent medieval translations, the literal translations? You have to conceive it as the old school teaching of Latin in schools, for instance, that you would translate word for word, even if it wasn't the syntax of your own language, but you learned Latin better if you understood how things worked in that language, even if your target language was not perfect. So this was the kind of translations that existed since medieval times in Iberia, in Spain, and it was used also for teaching in the Jewish communities for the young boys, and then gradually it became available for Christians because they knew of these translations, and from early times this is not a thing of humanism only. They were interested and they were using, and they even commanded the translation of the Bible, the famous Bible, the Biblia de Alba by Moises Aragel, and you know the whole story about this translation and the doubts that befell the Moises Aragel of making a Jewish Bible for a Christian audience. So these texts that they would have taken with them, or they would perhaps know by heart, joined another tradition which was developing in humanism, that you would go to the sources and translate and overthink this, and also be aware of your method. And of course you have the project of San Pispanino, and we know from several studies, for instance by Margherita Monreale, that the translations were not only on the basis of medieval existing translations, but there were many new things. It was really a work that has been done in Ferrara, most probably, and it was a huge project which involved a lot of scholarship and a lot of money to publish this Bible. So, but the conception of this Bible was a highly literal translation, to the extreme that once you pick a Hebrew word and you translate it, you should always translate it by the same word. And it was pure theory, but even in the Biblia de Ferrara, you don't see it accomplished. But this thing hasn't been researched to the bottom, and we will talk about this. So the premise of literality, is this fiction or reality? Is it really possible to accomplish such a thing? Well, from the onset, we could say no, but then let's see how it doesn't work, for instance, or what are the choices that are being made. And this didn't only concern, of course, the Bible, but also many books that were more available for people for their daily use, like the Psalms, the Chumash with their parashot, and of course a whole lot of prayer books where you find a lot of biblical text, Psalms, for instance. So in order to see, and here you see one of those Chumashim, and you couldn't see it maybe from this image, but it's in a handsome small format, whereas the Bible is in folio. Not everybody has a folio. You can take the folio with you, but these books, you can take them with you all the time. Many were printed, the first ones after Ferrara, or a parallel with Ferrara in Venice. Some started, there were some in Livorno, and most of them were printed in Amsterdam in 1611, 1630, and etc., etc. You see like 7 editions of the whole Bible, and I think it's 9 of the Torah and prophets, and 5 of the Psalms, And then you have the Song of Songs with commentary, and the prayer books are more than 50 altogether. And I think that's a conservative approach. So, and then there are the commentaries on the Bible. They haven't been explored. Moises has done something about the paragraphs of Isaac Aboab de Fonseca. Ruth Fine, who isn't here, has done something on Jacob Yoda Leon Templo and his edition and translation of the Psalms. But we have one of the teachers of Talmud Torah of Amsterdam with a commentary on Torah. And we have other ones by Moshe Diaz. You see them here in 2 editions, and one by Isaac da Costa, printed in France, but he had been educated at Amsterdam. So the project envisages a transcription of all those versions to compare them and see what changes have been done over the centuries. Because I studied this before, there was an unreserved reception of this Bible among many who considered this as a semi-sacred text. It was the fact that the literal translation made it a little bit mysterious or perhaps difficult to follow was also something that spoke to those conversos as something mysterious and highly precious and very of a huge value. But other readers thought of it as full of antiquated medieval language, which wasn't so polished as the modern Renaissance language, which was fully developing in Spain and in Portugal at that time, the language, with many words, Latinisms, and many developments in language. So they were not so happy with the Farrar translations, and they wanted changes. And I have studied some of these changes, but they haven't been done exhaustively. So this is one of the interesting features. And it's like, you could also say, some things I've done are at the service of the community, like a bibliography of Sephardic literature. Also, this would be the basis, a digital basis for many researchers to see those variations. And some people will find linguistic information, some other will find changes in developments. I hope that there are also some exegetical treasures here hidden, but I don't know. I've seen in what we have seen until now is that there seems to be a criticless adoption of the first translation, which goes all through the 18th century. But in the commentaries, there are many new features. So here we see a wonderful page that exists for the Spanish academic communities, which is the medieval Bibles, and it also incorporates Ferrara, as you can see, and it is made by Javier Cuello and a whole team in Spain. And this would be like a starting point. That maybe the interface is a little bit antiquated, but as you can see, you can look for words, you can look for specific passages in the Bible, and you can compare the different versions. That's what we will also do. We do it in more modern jackets, maybe, but this is evolving all the time. So it's not a criticism towards this wonderful resource that exists for medieval Spanish Bibles. And we will then continue from there. So there you see it. And the element I will point to you now is that we also take into consideration a kind of evolution in these Bible impressions, in the sense that the first ones, like Ferrara, they don't have the numbering of verses. And as time goes along, that there are appearing more and more textual, paratextual elements in the Bibles that help readers and that are at the service. Like, for instance, if you have a Torah, and you'll see where you can, for the readings of the week, how you can go to the prophets and which part should you look at, or where it starts, where it ends, how it is called in Hebrew, how it is called in the Christian tradition, that is the chapters of the Bible, and so forth. So here we have two, and you see in the left one in italics, there are already some changes vis-a-vis the original text, as in order to explain this literal translation to the modern reader, there are things that are filled in or changed. And on the right, you see the Torah, the Cinco Libros by Menashe ben Israel, and he provides the readers with a summary of the chapter. This is also a new element. And you see verses have been numbered. 39, 40, and here, this is what I inserted today, and one of the highlights of my stay was to look again at the prologue by the Bible edition of 1630 by Menashe ben Israel, the only prologue we have found in the many editions that are extant worldwide. In my bibliography, I think I had like 12 copies worldwide covered. I think it's now more than 70. These Bibles, they have been conserved rather good because they're so great, you don't lose them so, and they're considered very precious, and they're not only circulating in Jewish communities, but also in Christian learned circles. But in this case, we have a Bible in Jerusalem in the National Library, where there is a prologue by Menashe ben Israel, and I'm still working on it, so transcribing it. You see all the references he made, not only to Jewish sources, but also to Gentile, to classical sources and so forth. So this is really wonderful, and this is one of the elements that is, of course, tells us something about how he wants to market the Bible, or what consideration he has in his edition of the Bible. I don't think he includes many changes in the text, but he already introduces some paratextual elements that facilitate the use of the Bible. Oh? I want to go for, okay, there it is. So this is one part, gathering, comparing, making a website where you can find. And then a second part is in the project, the research project, is to see how this Bible is used. And I know Joseph asked me sometimes, what do you think, which Bible would Arabi have used, or Pereira? And it's not always clear because, you know, people can know this also, the Spanish Bible by heart. They can have several written sources, maybe annotations. That doesn't need to be the original volume in front of them, but they can also consciously choose variations towards the original. And when you have all these versions, you can check and see which Bible or which change there is. And so this is one of the sermons when the new synagogue was inaugurated in 1675 in Amsterdam, and you have a Portuguese sermon by Isaac Aboab, and he uses a quotation you would usually first recite in Hebrew and then do the translation in vernacular, in this case in Portuguese, but this Portuguese was based upon the literal translations, as you can see. It is interesting, he uses Hermosura. Hermosura of the Bible of Ferrara is Gloria for Isaac Walk. This is just one element. You can see, you can fit it in, and study it. So one of the things is what do modernizations mean? Do they use synonyms? And what is synonym in the context of biblical quotations? Are they really synonym, or is there an exegetical reason for you choosing another word in the target language? When you see the quotations, are they by heart? Are they by memory? I think we have some clues that some of them really did. Even if we don't only fix on the Bible and all the works, liturgical works based on these Bible translations, you can see it's also a practice sometimes that when new texts are written, for instance, Midrash in short fragments I have seen in manuscripts, also in a translation, they use the same technique of translation, even though I would suppose some of these texts are made in the 17th century. And how would they do it? I know there are also dictionaries and vocabularies. For the Shlomo de Oliveira has one of these. Hebrew, I don't know, Spanish or Portuguese. I think he has two of them. And how would they have been used? And the practice is called ladinamientos. You know, this is from Latin, but ladinar is common for translate making something vernacular. But ladinar becomes something that points to this technique of literal translation. And so you have this question that Ladino, some of the experts in the Sephardic field use it for the translation technique for Bibles and sacred books, and other works. Other people use Ladino for Judeo-Espanol, Judaismo, etc. But are people quoting from the Bible and making some tropes? Do they use alliterations or metaphors or something? And is that the reason that there is a change vis-a-vis the original translated text? Or do they use one of this form I call a poetic license? The other one would be a homiletic license. Adapt the text for your interpretation. You know, the homiletic technique in Hebrew is, of course, you explore the semantic depth of your Hebrew, and you explore different possible meanings, and you can use them in sermons just for some nice thoughts. But in a translation, you have more tools at your disposition because it permits you to explore in the target language with more freedom than you have vis-a-vis the original language. So this is also interesting. And of course, there is a polemical license. You can use a specific meaning in the target language to pinpoint an argument that you have against Christianity, for instance. I'll show some examples right away. Here you see some examples of modernizations. This is in the paraphrases by Aboab, but also in one of his pupils. I thought it was Isaac da Costa. And Isaac da Costa also says it explicitly in his prologue that he isn't happy with the Ferrara, that people who use the Bible aren't happy anymore with it. They don't understand it. And he modernizes the text. And one of the second part is also studies in depth. So the first one was broad and is the help with digital humanities. And in our team, we have 2 doctoral students and a postdoc. You will see them right away. There will be a study on the use of Psalms. It is terribly wide, and it has to be narrowed down. There are many poetical versions of the Psalms. You know, David Abenatar Melo, you have Lopez Laguna, you have Barrios, you have Abravanel, Enriquez Gomez has some versions of the Psalms. There are many of them who made versions of the Psalms. It is, of course, very interesting to see what kind of creativity, but also how psalms are used. And one of the things that struck me, and I've seen this leaves by Anne, and she will use Pereira uses the psalms, for instance, to establish the value of law and the authority of law. And in a very similar work by someone who uses many sources, both Jewish and Christian, a similar way as Pereira, but in a very personal way, David Mugnon, he uses the Psalms to stress the very personal interpretation and the very personal experience of religion he has. And he picks out the Psalms which are personal and go about it and deal about the personal relation of the individual with God and the strive to be one with God. And he has David who says, cleave to God and so on. And he even changes sometimes the meaning and the translation of Ferrara to strengthen this mystical approach where he uses the Psalms. There's the use of the Bible in polemical literature. I think it exceeds our project to really do this, but what we can generate in the project, of course, is when we have texts and there are Bible quotations, we will have tags to mark them. And then afterwards, with the help of digital humanities, you can generate, like they do in books, at the end, a register or an index of biblical quotations, but this will be very interesting. And you can, like I proposed in the title, map the scriptures and see what places of the Bible are used most by this or the other author in polemics, or do they use the same? Are there other ones? And some of you may be interested in particular passages of the Bible, and I hope that we can deliver, like in some years, the tool that permits you to see in several Sephardic texts where this quotation is to be found and how it is used. So in sermons, that would interest me. And at the same time, we will perform an update of, well, I see a spelling error, of the database of Sephardic literature. I have this bibliography of Spanish and Portuguese editions that was published originally in CD-ROM. The CD-ROM has gone. Yes, I will finish. But we will make a book, but also an open access database, which goes further than Holland and would cover all the vernacular texts in Spanish and Portuguese in Latin characters that were made in the Western Sephardic diaspora. So then some examples to finish. I have this text, read a little bit about it. It's a unique work. I'm writing on it right away and preparing an edition. This is a person who is a merchant, an autodidact. He has he had a kind of mystical experiences. He wants to understand why. And he uses the Bible in a very interesting way, because in vernacular, he uses the same weaving technique of Bible verses you see in Hebrew literature. Similar, I would say. So a density of quotations which I haven't found in other texts. So here you will see some of the examples. And here there are some text between the quotations, but we have some pages where this almost all from Psalm and Psalm 119, for instance. So here you see one of the examples. Mugnon is the author. Esta mi folganza, caso de mi deleite hasta siempre, aquí estaré porque lo deseé. We now can check with the versions we have of the Ferrara Bible, but also the Protestant Bible was hugely popular because it could be understood more easily by conversos. And Mortera says it, a Biblia do frade. Cipriano de Valera, printed in Amsterdam, hugely available. We'll see here, he probably chose Ferrara. But here we see an example where he used the Bible translation by Valera, most probably. Como la luz del mediodía, Ferrara says, tu juicio como siestas, and here it says, como el mediodía, and also an interesting feature, he doesn't use the word juicio or derechos, but he uses causas. And I think there also, if I'm not wrong, an inversion, because the two would be God speaking, but he uses it for himself. I have to check on this, but I thought there was something peculiar here. And it wouldn't be unexpected in the free use of the Bible. Sometimes conscious, sometimes unconscious. And just an example to finish, here we see one of the other projects I've been performing here about Mosè de Toledo, the one from Levante, from Salonika, who was an emissary from Jerusalem, visited communities and wrote one letter warning all those lukewarm Judaizantes who were not going to the open Jewish communities, but rather dwelt in France or in other places, and warning them that they should really join the Jewish fold and live as Jews. And he uses one of the quotations just in a passage where he has an argument against the Christians and against the Trinity. So it's about the unity of God, and he quotes from Malachi. Yo Adonai no me asegundé, he says. We talked about it, Moses knows it. Here is the original, and you see in the margin, contra es Trinidad, Sacrosanta Trinidad, at the right, in handwriting, by a user probably. And the user also highlighted some things in the text. You see in Ferrara, it is Yo no me mudé, and Reina Valera also no me he mudado. I checked also other editions of Ferrara and later ones of Amsterdam, and it's always I haven't changed, which in its saying would be enough for the unity, but to stress it, this Mosè de Toledo has used no me asegundé. There are no two of me. And this is also present, of course, Shaniti, in the Hebrew. So he does it very cleverly. And so this is my presentation. Here you see Fernando Pancorbo in the middle. To my side, he's the postdoc. Soledad Castaño, who will be doing a research on, she does the PhD in digital humanities, and David, who will be working, David is properly for him, this is most befitting, he will be working on the Psalms. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for this excellent paper. We have this here philological approach, which is so important for all of us. And so we open the floor for discussion.
There is David first.
Thank you,
David.
Sienna. Thank you very much, Harv. Just regarding your first words, when Claude and I were planning this, the immediate consensus was Harv has to be here, so we've more than justified our trust. And I'm very curious about this, what you refer to as the personalization of interpretations of religious experience. Do the authors meditate on this in some, let's say, a common way? If so, how do they do that? If not, what kinds of, rhetorical, let's say, touches do you find?
Okay, so I think I refer to one particular case which is David Muñoz, who makes it very personal and who uses the Psalms. And at some points, you have the words apegar, to cleave to, many times in the Bible. But it's also hugely used, of course, in the mystical context to unite with God, really stick to it. And in some versions I've seen, he also uses apegar where it wouldn't be the translation for Allah. So he reinforces, I come close to God, he makes it apegar. So this would be, and about the meditation, the treatise is about prayer, the collective prayer, but he then goes to say that the superior form would be the individual prayer and the prayer in solitude, which brings you closer to God. And if you have luck, first you use this technique of meditation, and at some point in the text, he says, and you have to really concentrate, and you can take some of verses of the Bible, for instance, and he uses Psalms in this case. So you would say it as a kind of mantra. I would suppose one particular verse, but he leaves freedom for the user to pick their own verses and to really not divert from this verse. So then you come into it, and then it's the grace of God comes to you, then you're lucky. If not, and you have to prepare yourself and to purify yourself for this and so on. Very similar terms you find in all. But then there are other authors like Barrios who use it in another very personal way. And I think we will find more as we go on looking at this text. So, okay.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. It's a wonderful material, and I have a question. First of all, I wanted to understand whether you think that all this work on the translations and the text is somehow reflecting also more the freedom that they could enjoy, for example, in Amsterdam, that would be possible in other contexts. For example, when I'm thinking, for example, Italy, where vernacular Bibles were they were being burned, or like they were confiscated and all this kind of stuff. So if this gives a different attitude toward the text, like the context, like being in a more like in a place with more freedom. The other thing is were they aware of the huge polemical and controversies on the Bible that was going on among Christians of different denominations? And the last point is that they use in the polemical material, like whether it is a sermon or maybe a text that has been composed against Christianity. I was wondering, sometimes it's there's the quotation from the Old Testament, but there are also sometimes in the polemical literature there's also material from the New Testament, and I wanted to know something about the New Testament in the Spanish tradition.
So, what the first question was regarding if Amsterdam as a special place, as a special environment for the circulation of these vernacular texts. Yes, and I think it's very important for me to take into account the different contexts and also Italy. But then on the other hand, I also consider that many of those Bibles also survive in Italian collections.
Yeah, which is very important.
So they were kept and they were prohibited, but clergymen had access to those Bibles, they had permissions. And maybe they hadn't permissions, but they still had the Bible. But, and I would suppose in the community also, and we know people smuggled those Bibles and those works to America. They were so important. And we have traces of these Bibles in Inquisition records when they quote from Psalms, when they quote from prayers. you know that they must have used Ferrara translations. So the other one is about the New Testament. I can be very brief. You wouldn't find the kind of language of the Ladino, but they would use the Bible of Valera because it's usually available. And they of course they use the New Testament and they use it a lot.
Brief remark. In the process of the Inquisition that I presented yesterday, Cristóbal Méndez tells that the Inquisitors that in Amsterdam, during the prayers in the synagogue, everyone is praying from his own siddur, from his own book of prayers, and those who are not able to read Hebrew, read the prayers in Spanish from the Spanish translation. So it was something in the synagogue itself, and that was approved by the rabbis.
Yes. In the same article, you also say that this Rabbi Toledo gave or showed Cristóbal Méndez a Spanish Bible. So he had no prejudice at all against, even if he was a rabbi from the Levant, he had no prejudice whatsoever against the use of a vernacular Bible to approach the scriptures. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your interesting presentation. Two observations, not questions, but you might know the item. First, the shame to the Bible of Ferrara that it's so tosco and so understandable is because the Jewish concept that translating, you lose the vitality of the verbo divino. Every translation makes losing of the original context. That's the reason why we don't find not in Shelot Chuvoti, not in where place rabbinic in censure to the Bible of Ferrara. They permitted to use it. And in other places we find critics to translations. That's my first observation. The second one is that the editors were very clever to avoid Inquisition in Italy. And they put directly on the opening of the Bible, yes, Tomasías and Abramovsky, they put con el visto bueno del Santo Oficio de la Inquisición. It means that the Inquisition is not asking to touch the book. This is very interesting trick to avoid. I must say that there were not two editions of the Bible of Ferrara, but one with this trick to make contraband, and by this trick the copies came also to the Iberian Peninsula, and the other one that was dedicated to Jews is dedicated to La Gran Señora Doña Gracia Méndez. Concerning the polemics, it is very interesting, and you wrote about it, that for avoid polemics and critics of the Inquisition, they put just the word in Hebrew. So you don't have to discuss, for example, the Virgin Mary, what is written, here is the Virgin and she is going to have a son. This is a classic verse of Judeo-Christian polemic. They just wrote Alma in Hebrew, in the text say in Spanish, but it was put, and there is no place to discussion. This is very interesting, this tactic that they use. That's all what I wanted to add to your interest.
Custom. No, it's custom first.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, one of the interesting aspects in your exposition is the status of the Reina Valera Bible for Spanish Protestants. That it was, after all, in spite of the Ferrara Bible, received in the Amsterdam Sephardic community. And I would add that there is an inverse movement as well, because Reina Valera, these Spanish Protestants, they hated the Catholics so much that they were always happy when they found another translation that was not in the Vulgate. And that's why they took so much from the Ferrara Bible. But this is the Bible that is distributed in millions of copies by the evangelists today, and until today, the most printed Bible. And I find it always thrilling when I saw people reading the Bible in the metro of Mexico City or so, that in fact they're reading the Ferrara Bible. Parts of it. So I would like to ask you, this is something that I would be interested in, to see this also in a dialogue or in a polemic perhaps between two
If they explicitly talk about this.
No, not that they talk about this, but one should look at the translations, at the modernizations on the Jewish side, on the Christian side. Obviously, there are limits of feasibility why you have focused on only on the Jewish area in your project. It's not that we're essentializing community boundaries or whatever, but other possibilities in the framework of a textual project, digital projects, perhaps to cross them with the help of Bible projects elsewhere.
Yeah, of course, that would be wonderful, but if we take your argument, if Christians, Spanish-speaking Christians use the Ferrara Bible, they did with the Reina Bible, which was printed, by the way, in Basel, 1569, so not so long after Ferrara. They took much from this translation, but then consider which texts in Spanish have survived by Protestants, where you can find quotations after this. There are not so many, so we should look for them. I know in the New World, and with the Dutch going to Brazil and so on, and also Peru, there are some traces. We have Carrascon with his quotations, but he frequently still uses the Vulgate, and then he makes his own translation. I don't think he uses Valera, but he should have been aware of Valera. It's something I would look at. This would be one of the traces, but of course in Catholic literature you wouldn't find, although it is said that in Spanish literature there would be traces. I think it was about Lopin, that in some place he must have had access to maybe a part, maybe a Bible, but there would be something that is so typical of the Ladino language that it would remit to Ferrara. It's of course interesting. It should be looked at.
Okay. I have two questions. The first, if you can speak more about the sources the Jewish sources that was used in the Bible and in the Commons. For example, Rashi, Nachmanides, Vadidas, all what was chosen from all the Bible, from all the Bible exactly of the Bible translation and what about what was written in the Bible about the Bible around the ages. And the second question, in the second, you have shown us earlier a phrase in which it was written not Dio but Dios. So I wanted to ask about this this tradition. What was more frequent Dios in all these Bible translations, and it interests me because I have seen in rabbinic literature of Ashkenazi rabbinic literature of the 20th century of from Costa Rica that they used Dio and not Dios. So what how come Dio became popular, and what about yours? What's going on here?
So the first question is, that's what we're going to see once we have all the texts, which commentaries they use. Rashi, I'm sure, in the edition by Franco Serrano, I think he bases a lot on Rashi in this integration of commentaries, and the rest we should see. I haven't looked at it before, and I think this will enable us to have the transcriptions and so on, to have much more access and to really study this. The second point is Dio, El Dio, and not Dio, El Dio, and Dios. El Dio is standard, and is standard in Judeo-Espanol, but there were people in the Western Sephardic communities who hated it, who had a kind of awareness of the Spanish language and said, this is foolish, this is not how you should say it, because it comes from Deus, and this doesn't have anything of plurality. So why use El Dio? So you see, for instance, that Menashe ben Israel, when he has quotations, he uses the Ferrara text El Dio, and in his discourse, he uses Dios. And this is very telling, I think. And the preachers, when they use Portuguese, they don't have the problem. So they don't Portuguese the Ferrara translation, although they take the Ferrara translation, it's very clear in their quotations. They use Deus. So that would be an answer, but it varies individually, and I cannot say anything general, but it's telling of some attitudes that exist.
We already in delay.
Mhm.
Last short question.
Very short question. In your project, will you be providing kind of links to digitized editions, or only the transcriptions, like the database?
Well, in the database, the ideal and the reason we work with transcribers is that it would provide us the digital image of the page. So you could use the transcription, the diagrammatic transcription. Maybe we hope that takes a lot of time, a normalized version, and then, but always the digital image in this case of the Bibles. But in other texts, for instance, the literature which quotes from the scriptures, I don't think we would have the images, but we would have the text.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So David, Soledad, and Fernando, hope you're listening.
So I'm very pleased to introduce Carsten Wilke, who is professor at Department of History and Medieval Studies of Central University Vienna. He holds a PhD in Jewish Studies from the University of Cologne. His publications on Sephardic history, European Jewish modernity, and Jewish-Christian relations include the monograph studies, the Marrakesh Dialogues, a Gospel Critique, and Jewish Apology from the Spanish Renaissance, 2014, and Histoire des Juifs Portugais, third edition, 2021. In 2022-23, he is a fellow at IIAS, where he has started working on a book manuscript and learning the Credo, the anti-Christian manuscripts of the Portuguese Jews, 1580-1740.
Thank you
The floor
very
is
much,
yours.
Francisco. So I would first of all like to tell you, even without having the eloquence of my friend Harm, how much I have enjoyed this year that I passed here at the Institute in the research group, which has been a scholarly powerhouse, but at the same time a warm, friendly circle. And I now see that with this conference we are reaching a crescendo, and I will try to contribute what I can. So who is not against us is with us, said Jesus, according to Mark and Luke. According to Matthew, he said, who is not with me is against me. Both statements convene in the one principle that matters most for polemicists. The variegated multitude of possible standpoints can be reduced to the comfortable dichotomy of us and the enemies. Joseph Kaplan knows a wonderful joke about the Jew in Northern Ireland, which illustrated this tendency of polemicists very well. They're eager to reduce the world to binary relations. Was that your joke?
I don't remember so many jokes.
And I think the Jewish-Christian debate does not make an exception of that search for binary structures of the intellectual world. We historians, however, should be careful not to fall into the same trap. Medieval religious history includes the Abrahamic triangle. In fact, and in the early modern period, the religions, well, many Christian denominations, the religions of Islam, India, China, as well as secularizing trends enter the picture. I will focus here on the place of Islam in complicating the Jewish-Christian relationship. Dichotomistic views still prevail in history in books like The Jew as an Ally of the Muslim by the Cutlers, or The Formation of a Persecuting Society by Robert Moore, and the start of a new representation, the triangularization, as it were, may be dated from Jeremy Cohen's article, The Muslim Connection, or on the changing role of the Jew in high medieval theology in 2009, or from Ryan Spiech's Rhetorical Muslims, Islam as Witness in Western Christian Anti-Jewish Polemic of 2013, and of course, from the various important contributions by Mercedes Garcia Arenal. The presence of Muslims in late medieval Christian literature of Aversus Judaeus, observes here, concerns fictional references to Islam that are given a, he says, purely symbolic, rhetorical role as witness, similar to the hermeneutical Jew in the treatises on the Bible. Spiech has pointed to an important observation. The historical, not only the historical reality does confront us with a triangular interaction of religions, but also in our model of communication polemics, we should consider that polemicists need normally a third party for many purposes. As an audience, as a judge, as a witness, as a helper, as a second, in a duel to help them in their fight. Pagan mythology and philosophy can fill this role. Think about the Kuzari. Individual reason is an ambivalent companion in the Judeo-Christian controversy, as Miriam Bodian has made clear yesterday. But also Islam can be recruited as a witness. Islam can be a witness of Christianity, writes Spiech, because of the Muslim reverence of Jesus, belief in Mary, belief in the error of the Jews, etc. But Islam can also be a witness of Judaism because of its rejection of Christianity, incarnation, images, etc. And as I want to show now, Iberian Jewish polemical literature of the early modern period invites to overcome this binary structure in favor of a Jewish, Christian, Muslim triangle. I will ask how Islam enters the argument that early modern Spanish, Portuguese Jews developed in their vernacular languages against Christianity. And I will start with a curious treatise, the Fuente Clara, written by a late 16th century Portuguese Jew and printed in Ladino in Salonika under an Islamic empire thus, and quoting Isaiah 19:24, which announces that Israel will be the third power between Egypt and Syria. The author of the Fuente Clara, somehow identifying Egypt with Islam and Assyria with Christianity, makes sure that diaspora Jewry is indeed, as he writes, the third in the whole world in this present exile. So he's very convoluted. I have not put the the quote here because this was printed under Ottoman rule, and Islam could obviously not be mentioned explicitly. So we have here a triangle in the 16th century texts. Both powers, Christianity and Islam, are enemies, and the joint attack in another Isaiah quote, 17:18, the joint attack of an Israelite and Assyrian king on Judah signifies, for the author of Fuente Clara, Jesus on the one hand and Muhammad on the other hand. Now, the rise of Muhammad in the time of the author that this author talks about, obviously writing at the time of Lepanto, is beneficial to Israel, since the rise of Islam serves to divert Christian fury to a different target than the Jews. You may have recognized here the views of Isaac Abravanel on Christianity and Judaism as eschatological twins, as two offshoots of the Roman Empire, which indeed reappear frequently in 17th century Jewish polemics. Around 1660, the Amsterdam rabbi, Moses Raphael de Aguilar, interprets in this way the phrase in Ezekiel 44:9, no son of the foreigner, uncircumcised in his heart and uncircumcised in his flesh, arel lev be'arel basar, may come to my sanctuary. This, I quote, wants to comprise both the Christians who are uncircumcised in their flesh and the Moors and Turks who are uncircumcised in their hearts. Aguilar follows Abravanel also for his interpretation of the Isaiah verse 66:17. This is what you have here. Those who consecrate and purify themselves to go to the gardens, eating swine's flesh, reptiles, and the mouse shall be consumed together, says the Lord. Who are those, writes Aguilar, who bathe and purify themselves in the gardens, if not the Moors, who constantly wash themselves? Who are those who eat swine's flesh and other forbidden impurities, if not the Christians? Now, the one and the others will jointly be destroyed, says the Lord.
Nice guy.
Biblical history is here the blueprint of the present time, understood in apocalyptic terms. And this is very akin to the Christian way of dealing with Islam and Islamic power, especially on the side of the Protestants. Because for Christians, it was hard to make a sense of the Muslim rule over a large part of the known world. As John Tollan observed in his recent book, Faces of Muhammad, I quote, Luther struggled to understand the place of Islam in God's plan. It was very difficult for the Christian theological perspective. In general, Christians conceived of the Ottoman Empire as a scourge, or this schoolmaster sent by God to punish the Christians for some sin. Some providential explanation needed to be found by the Christians. Because if Islam's huge power was merely a contingent accident, then the same might apply to the rise, expansion, and the partial collapse of Christendom. And this argument is indeed made in another 16th century Iberian Jewish text, the Marrakesh Dialogues. The scene is here the inside of the house in the Jewish quarter of the Sherifian capital in Marrakesh, where two merchants from Flanders, one converted to Judaism, a new Jew, and another defending his native Catholicism, discuss their two religions. The Catholic points to the misery of the Jews and then boasts of the Catholic expansion in the Eastern and Western Indies. The Jewish or new Jewish interlocutor refutes the Christian claims of a redeemed world by pointing to the power of Islam in a particularly discreet way. So this fictional scene is taking place in Marrakesh. So, Obadiah, the defender of Judaism, says, regarding your argument that he, Christ, rules over the major part of the world, and that from here you conclude that his faith is true, tell me, since the pagans once ruled over all of the world, is this proof for you that they were the keepers of the true religion? And there is more. Come here, I will speak into your ear. Have you heard me? Well, today, he is much more dominant than the Christians. What do you say? Do they have the true religion or not? Do not base these things on such poor foundations, and do not compare the finite to the infinite, because the things of the world gives them, and within a little lapse of time, its wheel takes them away and destroys them. For the Amsterdam readers of the Marrakesh dialogues, this confidential message was apparently not immediately clear, and what he whispers in the ear of his brother, so that some scribes in the manuscript noted in the margin the word Mahom. The passage copies a similar scene in Alfonso de Valdés in his dialogue on the riots in Rome, where Lactancio entrusts his convictions about the Roman Church very confidentially to the archdeacon. So the reader is inside the controversy, inside the conversation, but there are certain moments in which the characters speak, in which even the reader cannot follow because they are very discreet. It is dangerous to speak freely of theology in Rome, and it is just as dangerous in Marrakesh to deny the divine and providential origin of Islam. In the literary fiction of this clandestine work, Muhammad is in some way the elephant in the room. You may have noted that Islam appears in this debate as a political military provocation rather than a theological challenge. Its presence is useful for the Jewish argument precisely because the idea of Muhammad's imposture is the object of an agreement between Jews and Christians. On this common anti-Islamic basis, a kind of syllogism becomes possible. Islam is an imposture, we all agree. Islam is triumphant in political reality, therefore political power cannot be a criterion of truth. Islam is here an embarrassing mirror image of Christianity. We stay here with the binary pattern of Judaic truth and its two Gentile enemies, but the parallelism between Christian and Islamic rule nonetheless establishes the triangle, the Shlishia, that other polemicists will fill with theological content. In his ambitious treatise on Christian scriptures, dogmas, and rituals, Rabbi Saul Levi Mortera systematically uses the triangular comparison between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam in order to show the primordial and divine character of Judaism by observing the symmetry in the deviation of the two others. I quote, just as people who aim at a target, when one shoots too high and the other too low, the Mahometans keep the front and the Christians the Sunday. But only the Jews hit the target right at the center on the very day that the Lord has sanctified and blessed in the beginning. According to another divine commandment, Jews circumcise their newborn, whereas Muslims circumcise adolescents and Christians baptize newborn. This was by a divine permission to make clear they both don't hit the target and to show that the Jews do. This can go on and on. Christians idealize virginity and Muslims polygamy, while Jews hold on to monogamy as the divinely commanded middle path, etc. Judaism is the source from which the two have similarly diverged, and it is by comparing the three that the truth of Judaism comes out. Mortera makes a difference between the two religions, pitting Christian idolatry against Islamic natural law ethics. As he writes, Muhammad has not invented any new commandments, no new law or new faith. He has just annulled the Gospels and reconducted his partisans to the observance of the natural law. So there is a clear preference for Islam over Christianity. Isaac Orobi stands in this tradition of placing the Christians and the Muslims on the same footing. In his Prevenciones, finished in 1674, he affirms that Israel, I quote, has always considered and continuously taught that the one whom the Christians call Messiah, as well as the other one, whom the Moors call Muhammad, were both false prophets and seducers of the nations. Falsos profetas y seductores de las naciones. Like Mortera, Orobio has a clear preference of Islam over Christianity. The Mohammedans, he states, fully recognize the God of Abraham, Although they teach that this God, I quote, excuse me, communicated himself to the barbarous Muhammad with many stupidities that are unworthy of human reason. When around 1685, Orobio argued in Latin with Philippus von Limburg, he maintained the equal evaluation of the two foreign religions, and he even wrote a remarkable page that tries to re-evaluate positively the role of Muhammad in world history. You see the triangle effect there. There is a certain equality between the two, but there is a difference as well, and a different evaluations. Orobio's Christian opponent Limburg, reflects the, in a way, Marcionite perspective from which Hugo Grotius redefined the relations between Judaism and Christianity. The latter is not based upon the former, but both are independently built on faith in a miraculous divine revelation and its reliable transmission. The Jew, says Grotius and says Limburg as well, must either doubt both religions and do not lose any faith, or accept both, which of course means that he has to convert to Christianity. Orobio counters this argument by claiming that if the Christians could make this case against the Jews, if this was valid, then the ultimate winners would in fact be the Muslims. At this moment, the Jewish polemicist goes into an amazing apology of Islam. I was really very surprised that he speaks really like a Muslim preacher. The Muslims, he says, can similarly exalt their prophecy, antiquity, miracles, faithful tradition, multitude of followers. They can also threaten that they deny our scriptures, he says, if we deny theirs. And then he goes on, I will probably not have the time to read it for
You can resume.
What would we say if they furthermore asserted that their prophet was a man of humble origins, a poor fellow who put into his mind that he would eradicate idolatry from those regions of the world and reduce them to the true spiritual cult of the one and only God? That he would destroy the idols, build prayer houses where 5 times a day people from all nations would congregate to confess and celebrate God's existence and most simple unity, as well as his ineffable divine providence over all creatures. So you see, he just imagines what a Muslim might say, but he then says it, what the Muslims would say according to his view. And then he goes on and on praising all the victories of Islam. And then he asks, well, what could we say against all these glories of Islam? We could only, we could say, of course, that the Muslims are barbarians, as if we were wiser. We might call them barbarians, while they judge us in the same way, he writes, Orobio. So barbarian, this is something very, very subjective. And the only argument that Christians and Jews can oppose to Islam is its partial Islam's partial disrespect of the previous revelations. And this is exactly the line of argument, the Jewish line of argument of Orobio against Christianity. Orobio anticipates a possible objection, namely that Islam was spread by violence and not by the power of its message, an argument that Limburg later on in his refutation would again oppose to him. But Orobio from the outset affirms that Christian expansion happened hardly more peacefully after Constantine than the expansion of Islam, and took much more time. Orobio then, in the passage afterwards, anticipating all the tropes of the 19th century image of the Andalusian miracle, goes on praising the cultural richness and persuasiveness of Islam. There is no lack in very learned men who adhere to that faith, so that in all of philosophy, metaphysics, medicine, and other natural sciences, they became the teachers of the Christians, who stayed during their time in the crassest barbarism and ignorance. Let it suffice to mention only Averroes, who, if he did not outdo Aristotle and Plato, was fully equal to them. The very learned physician and philosopher Ibn Sina, Ibn Zohar, he gives a list of Arab philosophers who we commonly call the Arab school, innumerable others in face of Africa, Cordoba and several in the Spanish academies flourished little more than a century after Muhammad. You have the impression of reading a Spanish liberal of the 19th century. This is 17th century Jew. By praising the qualities of the Islamic faith and culture, Robio wants to force the Christian opponent to abandon the argument of excellence and to return to the argument of antiquity, in which Judaism would obviously have a much stronger standing. In all the previous cases that I quoted from 17th century authors, Islam is treated as a more or less compromising twin of Christianity. Contemporaries with the Copernican revolution in the study of Islam, that in the words of Nabil Matar happened in the late 17th century, we find among the Jews a completely new image. At that time as well, in the satirical poetry and polemical prose of Abraham Gomes Silveira, who wrote most of his works, clandestine works, manuscript, in Amsterdam between 1715 and 1725. The view of Islam that he reflects is superficial, but all the more open-minded, as it largely coincides with the English authors of the early Enlightenment, Henry Stubbe and John Toland. The historian John Toland, not to confuse with the letter, summarizes their view as follows. John Toland says very briefly, Mahomet, far from establishing a new religion, offered a purified monotheism, stripped of abstruse doctrines and idolatrous rites. He abolished the privileges of the clergy and re-established a direct relationship between God and his believers. This view of Islam as the natural religion, Gomes Silveira expresses it in his 7 volumes Spanish manuscript, Silva y Ramas. He writes that the Jews read all the books and read and listen with love to everyone. They believe what is good, even from the sayings of the Quran. And then he writes in the margins, the Quran says many good things. He condemns the custom of religious controversists who slander their opponents and who slander Muhammad and Islam in particular. Sure, he says, Gomes Silveira, I know that he, Muhammad, says a few lies and many impertinent things, but he orders the natural law and does not write anything against this fundamental doctrine. At their core, all 3 religions, as well as good ethics and philosophy, teach the same. The divine Mosaic law, the gospel, and the Quran abhor coercion. They want education, charity, and neighborly love. The verse composition of this author take the form of religious dialogues between a Protestant, a Catholic, a Muslim, a Turco, and a Jew. The Turco embodies the identification between Islam and a religion of natural reason, which at the same time recognizes all 3 scriptural revelations, Torah, Gospel, and Quran, by rejecting all the extensions, comments, allegories, mysteries that their followers have given to them over time. The Turco in these dialogues hardly manifests any Turkish or Arab cultural specificity beyond the extension from wine and pork. On the contrary, he quotes Cervantes, he quotes Góngora, and makes very Castilian jokes. Gomes Silveira makes up an idealized fantasy of Islam, but he is, to my knowledge, the first of the new Jewish polemicists who has actually read the Quran. The Silveiranas contain 7 Quranic quotes, though most of them only appear in a separate supplement volume, the New Book. Gomes Silveira always uses the French translation that André Duvrier had first published in 1647, and he gives page references to this translation. One of the Quranic quotes is the short Surah 112. This is my last slide. 112, Al-Ikhlas, which plays such an important role in Muslim anti-Christian polemic, as it affirms that God does not beget and is not begotten. And all the other quotes are from Surahs 2, 3, and 5, especially the Surah 2, the Al-Baqarah, where the Quran praises the preceding revelations. So it seems that Gomes Silveira did not come very far in his Quranic reading, but because he must quit his translation after the first 100 pages. I will now briefly summarize. I found in the early modern Sephardic polemics the Abravanelian trope of Edom and Ismail as eschatological twins, which was also shared in Protestant apocalypticism. From the Marrakesh dialogues to Orobio, I have then discussed the function of Islam as a mirror image of Christianity, meant to desacralize its political power and cultural achievements by developing a highly compromising parallel. The history of Islam shows for Orobio that a real religion can have all the hallmarks of a providential mission and yet be an imposture if it is in disagreement with the Torah. And finally, for Gomes Silveira, an author of the early Enlightenment, Islam becomes the universalistic mirror image of Judaism, naturalizing the golden rule, neighborly love, and the authority of scripturalism. These references, I have gleaned them from a large manuscript corpus. They're admittedly not frequent, yet they seem to be important enough to make us rethink dichotomic representations of the Christian-Jewish encounter. The presence of pluralized Christianity, paganism, free thought, Islamic, Indian, Chinese religions in the polemical corpus of the Amsterdam Sephardim invites to complicate the Judeo-Christian duo and, to say it in cultural studies jargon, triangulate it. No interreligious encounter is binary. Polemics have a desire for applause from a neutral audience, which in the ideal case seconds one's position, but which at times surreptitiously develops a life and identity of its own.
Well, thank you so much for this excellent and elegant paper. And Claude.
Thank you, Carsten, so much. Just a note that will, of course, confirm your examples beautifully as analyzed by you, is that I saw a copy of the Quran sold by Menashe Ben Israel to Ralph Cutler. And this to do perhaps not only with the links of the Sephardic community to North Africa, but perhaps has to do with kind of Orientalist or proto-Orientalist image sometimes of some of these Jews. The second thing is that also goes and just only gives even more strength to your claims is that you mentioned John Toland, where John Toland he also stressed that Islam was so good because it preserved echoes of Judeo-Christianity, whereas Paul took Christianity to one side. He tries to find with historical data that the Peter Church was preserved in the desert of Arabia, and then Islam is somehow an echo or a remnant of Judeo-Christianity, which only goes on. It's just, you know, it supports your claim. At the same time, I want to say from not the perspective of the Sephardic or the Jews, but the perspective of Christians, and also the perspective of those conversos who saw themselves as Catholics. They didn't want to make, in general, any kind of alliance with Islam. People, for instance, in Portugal and other places where conversos, they want to say we are Catholics. They sometimes used Islam identity in order to construct bridges between the new Christian and the old Christian population as a kind of Judeo-Christian alliance. Thank you so much.
Thank you for these remarks. And indeed, the question of the relationship between Islam and primordial Christianity, there's a kind of disagreement between the two groups. Because Motera thinks that Islam discards the gospel, and for Gomes Silveira, Islam is a kind of universal religion that receives all the preceding scriptures.
So,
So it's in the line of Sierzyński question. So I don't know if there is not a pedagogical purpose in some of these texts, because we know that in the Iberian Peninsula circulate texts for read by all Christians and conversos, of course, concerning Islam and the Prophet Muhammad, where Muhammad sometimes is portrayed as a kind of God, like the old gods of Roman and Greek. And so I don't know if, and sometimes in these pamphlets, it's a kind of pamphlets that people read in the small cities. And sometimes there is a connection between Islam and Jews in terms of evil. We must remember this is an image that comes from the Middle Ages, for example, from Bologna Cathedral, where Muhammad is considered not someone that create a kind of new religion, but a kind of heretic. No, so this is, then there was some developments during the early modern period. I don't know if these people don't have in mind the people, the conversos that come to Amsterdam and to other places to disconstruct this image of the that it was imposed by some Catholic New Year in Portugal and Spain against Islam, for example.
I think that is an important observation because it's precisely the difference between the image of Islam in the Middle Ages and in the Renaissance, that Muhammad is not seen as the idol of the Saracens, but Muhammad is seen as an impostor in the Machiavellian vein. And this is, I think, 100% of the text that I've read reflect this second image. And then as one progresses towards enlightenment, the impostor becomes the lawgiver, becomes the wise lawgiver.
Sorry, may I add to that? According to this Machiavellian stand, and it is very important, it is on the one hand the impostor, but the builder of a civic religion. And that is why it was very admired too by people who were Machiavellian.
Christian.
Yeah, well, I wanted to add to this discussion because I think that there are many levels, like, for example, the translations of the Quran in Latin, which is taking place in the early Renaissance period. And I think that already changes a little bit the image of Islam in the West, right? And this Machiavellian connection is more complicated because Muhammad is also the lawgiver. So and so not just an imposter, but then there is the clandestine tradition of the three imposters, Jesus, Moses, and Muhammad, which is another tradition which sometimes overlaps with polemical literature, sometimes not at all. And there is then, I was wondering, is there any legacy with Baudin and Taplomeres, for example, where a Muslim is participating in this dialogue of different religious and philosophical traditions? It's completely disappeared in this polemical material that you are using, because there also the Muslim is a positive representation.
Yeah. Well, we must bear in mind that the authors of these texts, for the larger part, or practically all of them, they do not sit in universities.
But
they do not sit in royal libraries. They are not connected to the top of the Orientalist elite. They have very thick filters through which this information comes. I have not found any reflection of the Baudin dialogue. I was searching for it because it's exactly quite contemporary to the Marrakesh dialogue and so on. but apparently one has to see the reduced level of sources that they have to work with.
And one would think it's like in the 16th century, even among Catholic elite, there is this idea that the Ottoman Empire is more tolerant towards religious minorities, and often it mentions the Jews. This is an interesting element, for example, that has to be taken into consideration when you look at this, at how Islam is taken into the polemical world, I think.
Yeah. Well, the idea, I think the common consensus is that both religions are bad, but Islam is a little bit less.
Yeah.
One last short question, Miriam.
Try to make it short. When you were speaking of triangulation, I couldn't help but think, and sort of the problem of Christian claims of domination for political reasons. I couldn't help but think of Montaigne's Cannibals, and the observations of ethnographers who are making distinctions between civilized peoples and barbaric peoples in the New World. And this becomes a kind of foil for Christianity, the idea of the noble, not the noble savage, but the noble civilized pagan.
Yeah.
And I just wondered if you see any connection there.
But this is what Romeo says, like Montaigne. In more extent, you cannot put Islam and Christianity on the same footing, because Christianity is civilized and Islam is completely barbarous. And he said, well, everybody calls the other a barbarian. That won't say anything. But something that has also surprised me in Romeo, he does not go into criticizing Hispanic colonialism. Not at all. He says Christianity has spread by violence. You see all these crusades towards the north, and how they subdued Scandinavia and Lithuania and so on. But he does not speak about Mexico and Peru. I don't know why. But this is something that I would have expected, but he does not go that far.
Good. With the barbarians, we complete well your session. Thank you. So I'm very pleased to introduce Anna Oravets Albert. She serves as the Klatt Family Director for Public Programs at the Herbert D. Katz Center for Advanced Judaic Studies at the University of Pennsylvania and Executive Editor of the Jewish Quarterly Review. She's the author of Jewish Politics in Spinoza's Amsterdam, published in 2022, and various essays on early modern Jewish cultural and religious history, political thought, and historiography. She's also the co-editor of Frontiers of Jewish Scholarship, Expanding Origins, Transcending Borders, published in 2022. She teaches in the Department of History at Penn, having taught in the past at Brown University and Swarthmore College, and her scholarly work has been supported with grants and fellowships from the US Fulbright Foundation, the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, the Foundation for Jewish Culture, and the Mellon Foundation.
Thank you. So again, before my time starts, I want to begin just by thanking so warmly Claude and David for convening this group, for inviting me to participate. It has been already such an idyllic, actually, it's only been one day. It feels like it's been 3. Yesterday was so long and there was so much, but it's been really an absolute pleasure to sit and learn from all of you and with all of you. So thank you, really thank you. Sadly, probably, certainly for me, maybe for you, I now have to sing for my supper to make my offering for the privilege of having been here to appreciate all of your work. All right, so over the course of the day yesterday, and I think already this morning as well, I noticed, because I was already thinking about this issue, but you may not have noticed, that we heard Judaism referred to countless times as the law of Moses. We're really accustomed to this terminology, especially, but not only in a polemical or apologetic context. And for most of us, I imagine that it hardly registers as more than just a simple signifier, right? Okay, law of Moses, so you're just talking about Judaism. At least among the new Jews in Amsterdam in the second half of the 17th century, it was also common to refer simply to the law without even the Moses part, right? So just a couple of examples for flavor. Abraham Pereira wrote in the opening pages of his moralistic and pietistic book, Espejo de la Vanidad del Mundo, that he was moved to write the book, quote, by zeal and love for the divine law. So pretty basic, right? And in Daniel Levy de Barrios's preface to his Triunfo del Gobierno Popular, he wrote that he was seeking divine inspiration for his words in his book to lift up Judaism to the heavens. And the way that he expressed this was by saying, "Oh, great God, give me a pen so sweet and a hand so resonant that they may serve as wings to your blessed law." He also, in a slightly different vein, describes members and leaders of his community in the following way. The Hebrews are flowers of the law, and their masters are bees among the leaves. So he seems to be saying here that the Parnasim, the sustainers, are sustaining the garden, sustaining the community by moving among the flowers and transferring, I don't actually even know if they understood pollen, but moving things from one flower to the next, right? Distributing resources in order to sustain the whole. So what is law doing there? It's sort of a placeholder, right? It's not doing a lot. He's not really talking about law. The senior rabbi of the community, as we all know, Isaac Abad Fonseca, in his magnum opus, which was his paraphrase of the Pentateuch, he wrote at the start that he hoped or believed it would be better than the work of Josephus, because, quote, Josephus wrote history, but I, Abuav, write history and law. So in these examples, we can sort of see them taking law for granted. We might take it for granted along with them, using it in maybe as a generic term that's so diluted or sort of diffuse that it might just mean religion. Not even Judaism, but just religion in general. But I want to try this morning to alienate us a little bit from that taking for granted of the term, make it a little strange to us, and start thinking about what they're doing in certain contexts with the idea of law. And one example that justifies that move is in Isaac Cardoso's Excelencias de los Hebreos. He spends, he divides it up into 10 Excelencias. And of the 10, one is devoted to divine law by name. He devotes about 150 pages to divine law and divides it up further into 10 separate parts, whereas all of the other 9 Excelencias receive maybe 10 to 25 pages. So law is really the bulk of this work, and the one that he's paying the most attention to sorting out and classifying. So I think that we can see that he's thinking about it, and it's become a little bit strange to him. And so this is what I want to suggest as we start thinking about what they're doing with it. As part of that, although it was common, and although it could just mean something so general, maybe despite its ubiquity, maybe because of its ubiquity, I'll suggest that we should notice that the idea of law has its own semantic weight, right? Even if it's being used in a general sense, it does signal something specific, which is a system of rules to regulate action. Well, that's sort of my working definition of what we might think law is in general. A little narrower than that definition, a system of rules would be a system of rules to regulate human action or behavior. A little narrower than that would be a system of rules to regulate human action or behavior because of obedience or commandment, rather than because of some innate drive, right? So in order to obey. And narrowing even further, we come to the semantic zone of government and politics, right? So law often, not always, connotes the rules that regulate or govern a body of people, possibly a state or a polity. So this is where I think that law begins to become strange for some of these Amsterdam new Jews in a particular context. That's where I'm going. All right. So essentially what I want to consider is what this claim or characterization meant to them, to those who either were or were connected to new Jews in Amsterdam. I will also add that this, my thinking about this has really been shaped by spending the past 2 years at the Katz Center at Penn, where both years of so at the Katz Center, there's an annual theme for the fellowship program. Typically it changes year to year. These past 2 years have both been devoted to law. So the first one was devoted to Jewish law and legal contexts before modernity, and the second year was devoted to Jewish law and legal contexts in modernity. And the dozens of papers that I've heard on the subject over these past couple of years have really tuned me in to the wide variety of ways that law can be and has been defined, deployed, denied, constituted, and contested among Jews, right? So just as there are multiple conceptions of Judaism possible, among them law being only one, right? You could also have belief or ethnicity or religion. I'm sure that from your own sources, you can come up with all kinds of other things that we saw ritual as one yesterday. In addition to the multiple conceptions of Judaism that are possible, among the legal conceptions, there are also multiple. Okay, so just a couple more words before turning to the sources. I want to establish a few pieces of context for the kinds of things that I'm suggesting. One is the importance of using law or emphasizing law to the context of new Jewish education, right? And we have many people in the room who have worked on and emphasized the necessity of inculcating a sense of Judaism, and also just a raw knowledge of what Judaism is and how you do it among new Jews coming to Amsterdam. So for new arrivals who needed to find out how to be Jewish, a manual, right, a list of festivals or a list of laws could be a kind of a rule book. And also that legal conception of Judaism could pull them away from any idea that they might have had that Judaism was essentially a matter of faith or creed, right? So it's legal as opposed to a dogmatic version of religion. I would also add here that as their learning progressed, they would also come to see that these rules that they were taught to obey arose within a complex dispersive sphere in which learned jurists deliberate and make rulings that other people have to abide, right? So it's not only that there are a set of rules and they're written in a book and everyone obeys them, but also that sort of some of the stuff of Judaism has the quality of juridical proceedings, okay? That's one context. Another very important one is the polemical context. I think we'll see that the anti-Pauline position that Claude has pointed out to very great effect is in play here. But not only an anti-Pauline move, right? A kind of reversal of Paul's move to return to law, but also we'll see here other ways that Christians were using law for their own purposes. The Jews wanted to react to, reappropriate, adopt, adapt. particularly their interest in the politics of the biblical Hebrew Republic. So this is, of course, a moment when Christians, especially those of the sort of Anglo-Dutch Atlantic world, but truly a wide variety of Christians across contexts in Europe, were developing an interest in the biblical Republic of Moses, the Republic of the Hebrew Republic, seeing that polity, right, the ancient Jewish polity, as a sphere in which religion and politics were perfectly conjoined. So the main point of their interest was this, this imagination of the ancient Jewish polity as being sort of uniquely a place where the laws of the civic sphere and the laws of the spirit were one. This is one context. And then another context in connection with that is that of a development of a certain tendency among members of the Amsterdam community and in their orbit in the second half of the century to think of the community itself in political terms. So begin to imagine that Jews have a political sphere, maybe even a polity, and it is the community. So to interpret the community in ways that mirror interpretations of the state. That is the subject of my recent book. And so we'll see that sort of playing out here. But I will say that the material that I brought in the source sheet for this morning is not material that's directly in the book. So that means there's this context of thinking about the community politically. That work is done, don't question it. But the work on the law that I'm bringing, I'm very open to suggestions, misreadings, whatever you want to point out to me about how I'm using it. Okay. So do not worry, we're not going to read everything on the source sheet. I want to begin though with Saul Levi Mortera. Not obviously a new Jew himself, but one of the early rabbis of the community, an important transmitter of Judaism to the new converts arriving, and important in shaping their outlook and responding to their needs. So in this passage that I've brought here, he's contrasting the law of Moses with the imperfect and fallible laws promulgated by human kings and legislators. So just to, again, I'm not going to read all of this out loud, but just to sort of, you can read it in your own time, but I'll skip around a little bit. He writes, the Gospels cannot be called a New Testament or a new law, since there are no rules or precepts in them with which men can be governed in all their affairs. Skipping, in the Gospels, there's no precept or rule for government, even of the most necessary and needed things for the government of the religion of the Republic and of the economy. None of them are made obligatory by divine order, but only by political order. Okay, fair enough. Then he goes on, so far, that's about things that conserve religion, right? Those are the, whether or not the law contains something to make sure religion is maintained. Let's go on, he says, to examine things related to politics and good government of the Republic, which the blessed God specifically provided in his law, so that his people would govern themselves with justice, peace, and quietude according to his will. Okay, I'm not going to read out loud the rest of that paragraph, but he goes on to list out, really enumerate a wide variety of instructions found in the law of Moses that he frames in ways that are geared towards seeing them as governmental, right? So there are different ways that you could imagine, for example, speaking of a judge or a court. He frames them here in ways that are particularly designed to make it seem like he's talking about an actual state. All right, so I think in this source, already you can see a little bit of a reaction to the stance of Christians about the law of Moses or the Hebrew Bible containing this combination of two kinds of law. But for Mortera, it's not very problematic, right? It's pretty simple, it's pretty straightforward. And he's not at all interested, or he's not in this, oh, actually, I meant to just mention that this passage, the very next line after what I've quoted here is followed by the line that Karsten mentioned about Muhammad not bringing a new law, but merely returning to the natural law. So this is just before that. All right, so I want to skip. Do I want to skip? No, we'll go to Pereira next. Mortera is only thinking about the biblical context or the context of the original law. For Pereira, things get more complicated because what he wants to do is to advocate strongly for the Republic of the Jews around him in Amsterdam to be governed in a religious way. So he has this sort of anti-Machiavellian fervor where he's arguing very strongly that the governors, by which he means the lay leaders, should be keeping the law in their minds all the time. This is one thing that he says, right? He also says that the judges should not use their personal interest, but rather always have recourse to the law. I won't go through the sources in this section from Pereira. There's too much there, and it's not worth it to spend all of the time, but I brought it, and you can read it on your own, for a taste of how he's trying in various ways to incorporate some sense of the law into a sense of Jewish governance, and it doesn't quite work. So one of the reasons is that the default position might be that in a Jewish republic or in a Jewish community, the legal modus operandi, the law of the community, is Jewish law, is halakha. But that's not really how this community ran, right? It was a lay-led community that was very oriented towards the governors making the ma'amad, the governors making their pronouncements and making their decisions, for sure, with consultation of the rabbis, for the most part, in accordance with some sense of what was permitted by Jewish law. But it's by no means a kind of halachic state, right? So it becomes a bit of a question. If you're imagining now the Jewish polity around you to be a counterpart of the biblical polity where the two were so conjoined, what does it look like? What is the role of law in the contemporary Jewish republic? So in Pereira, this takes a few different forms, and none of them are neat or easy. Okay, I actually want to skip next. How are we doing on time? Okay. I will skip to Spinoza, which is text 5. Because I had one narrative in mind when I made the source sheet. I put them in a certain order. And when I thought about it more recently, I decided to go more or less chronologically thinking about. So now we're moving chronologically. So Spinoza did what we probably all already know with the fate of the so-called ceremonial law as the political law of the ancient Hebrew Republic. So here we can read, the laws of the state were called the laws and commandments of God. In the Hebrew state, the civil and religious authority, each consisting solely of obedience to God, were one and the same. Here he's echoing a very widely held stance in Christian Europe at the time. In fact, he writes, between civil and religious law and right, there was no distinction whatever. But, of course, what Spinoza goes on to do is to say that those were, in fact, purely political. They were the combination of civic and spiritual, but they were specifically appropriate to that polity. And without a polity, with its end, came the end of that law, right? So I don't know if we even need to read it because I think we all are familiar with this. The election of the Jews had regard to nothing but temporal physical happiness and freedom. I'm at the bottom of page 3. In other words, autonomous government and the manner and means by which they obtained it. Then in chapter 5, called Of the Ceremonial Law, he writes, in the foregoing chapter, we have shown that the divine law, which renders men truly blessed and teaches them the true life, is universal to all men. But with regard to the ceremonial observances, which were ordained in the Old Testament for the Hebrews only, so adapted to their state that they could, for the most part, only be observed by the society as a whole and not by each individual. Okay, so the ceremonial law is for a corporate society, a body, a polity in particular, not for individuals. It's evident that they form no part of the divine law. Okay, so when the polity ended, so did the purpose of those rituals. You can hear in it, maybe having put this in context of the other sources that I already brought, an attention to the goings on of Jews in his own day. Or at the very least, something that would have been very challenging to the Jews of his own day to read, for sure. Not only because it's something that overturns the value of the law, of the ceremonial law, of the law of Moses in the present day, but because he's coming to that overturning from actually a shared interest in thinking about law as political, right? Okay, so now we'll go back in the source sheet, jump back to text 3. Here we have Isaac Ororio de Castro. And here he does something, I think, similar to Motera in extolling a perfect divine political law of the biblical period. But he presents very differently what that was and what it looked like and how it worked. It's a rather creative interpretation. I think arising from his greater interest in how it plays out in the contemporary world. So just to call attention to a couple of pieces here. The Lord God warned his people so that having been warned, you'd know how to guard yourself and preserve yourself in the truth of the divine law, in which he gave you a general rule to know how to govern yourselves and avoid crediting fabulous doctrines and the stealthy profanations of the people. Here, just in that one passage, one thing I want to point out is the way that he does this, and so does Pereira, especially, and some of the others. They seem to intentionally move the language towards words that emphasize the state or political or governmental understanding of law, even while they'll still sometimes then add a final clause that's like for doctrine, right? So they're kind of pushing towards this. They want to inhabit the politics, but then they also kind of hedge. So he does that in that sense. Moving down, so at the top of the next page, he says, for this reason, the judges in the holy law, to whom the resolutions and sentences belong by divine right, no one dares to oppose their decisions or decrees. Okay. At the end of that paragraph, God sent them the sacred laws, an admirable summing up of everything, all the different kinds of judiciary is not the right word, all the kinds of judgment and juridics. That is, in civil, criminal, and ceremonial judgment, he writes, any considerable doubts of which God wanted the last degree of appeal to be decided in the Supreme Court of priests and or judge, who at any time would lead Israel, whose rulings were as valid as if God himself promulgated them. So you need some context of some other things that he says in the same work, but more or less what I think he's setting up is a vision of a political situation in the biblical era where the religious law was independent and sovereign, where judges had, as he says, absolute final word. But he also suggests in a different place that the tribe of Judah was sovereign unto itself, was a sovereign republic unto itself. And he elaborates a vision of the tribe being governing itself and being separate from the rest and having its own army and the whole government, the whole thing. And then he has to figure out how to accord that with this vision of the law. And so essentially what he sort of suggests is that there's this like ecclesiastical court that supersedes all of the individual separate republics in the context. It's a complicated vision that's not entirely consistent. At any rate, he then goes on to say, and this is in 3b on page 3, the doctors of the law have authority over the people, conceded by God himself in the law. They are absolute judges of the people. Now he's talking about the present day. In this context, he's absolutely addressing the question of whether Jews have anything like sovereignty in the present day in the context of a discussion of the fate of the scepter of Judah. Okay, so here he is arguing that they do have the scepter, some version of the scepter, because the sages have this ultimate authority. Not only, he says, in what pertains to ceremonial rules and legal precepts, but also in all civil and criminal law. They're messing around with these categories, basically, in ways that, to me, so part of what I'm struggling with is that it really is not yet systematic, but it's clear in these texts that they are asking, working out, making various different claims about how subdivisions of or characterizations of law and changes of Jewish law over time can explain the present day. Okay, I have a 3-minute warning, so we'll just look at Cardoso. Cardoso sorts it out a little more clearly. He offered a different solution. So if Orobio was saying, okay, there's a republic, a Jewish republic that does what it does, and it has lay leaders and it governs itself, whatever, there's also the judges and they supersede everything. Cardoso suggests that the political elements of Jewish law, by which I mean the elements that instruct in proper governance, are universal. They're a heritage that can be deployed and used by anyone who has a polity, whereas the ceremonial ones are particular to Jews, and then they end up taking the form of essentially what we would think of as religion or ritual now. So he writes, the prophecy, he's talking about the scepter of Judah again. The scepter of Judah will not be removed, nor the scribe from between his feet until Shiloh comes. This is explained thus. It means that the staff of dominion will not be taken away from the Jews until the coming of the Messiah, so they still have it. They'll always maintain rule, mando, and be self-governed by their sages in their rites, ceremonies, weddings, burials, festivals, and traditions, all in conformity with the law with which God entrusted us. The verse does not say crown, but rather staff, which indicates some dominion. And he has sources for this. He didn't make up this idea. And the word scribe refers to the sages who decree and sentence according to scripture. Thus, also in the Babylonian captivity, they had their judges, although subject to the kings of Persia, etc. The same is true today among the nations, that they have their own governors and deputies, as if they were a separate republic, República Separada, with the concession and privilege of the princes who let them govern themselves according to their own laws and customs. So what he ends up doing here is making a rather a certainty that Jews do have a theologically significant form of legal autonomy, but that legal autonomy is entirely rites and ceremonies, customs, holidays, right? He says weddings, burials, festivals, traditions, right? He really lays out, it's the opposite of the kind of laying out of civil law, criminal law, judgment about what courts must consist of, what are the daily operations of a government, how a king should behave, right? So that he's emphasizing an entirely different aspect of the law. I will not talk about Mendelssohn. I put it there just to kind of flag it, to flag what Mendelssohn ends up doing with the ceremonial law as a kind of epilogue, to highlight that his move regarding how ceremonial law is political and what that means about what Jews should do with it is yet another mode of response to a discourse that was already playing itself out about a lifetime earlier. So emerging from the 17th century and into the 18th is this new framing of older traditions dividing Jewish law into different kinds of parts, culminating eventually, I suggest, in his arguments about the status of the ceremonial law. So separating the political, what belongs to the state, clearly from the religious, what belongs to God and the individual. So I hope more or less what I've shown in my sort of messy presentation about all of this is that they found themselves in a little bit of a mess, right? For a brief period, a number of thinkers in the Amsterdam community were struggling with how to frame the various ways of dividing the law and thinking about its fate in the present day, wanting to kind of own politics and own a political conception of the law in some way. So Mendelssohn's treatment clearly owes much to Spinoza's, but I think you can also see that it owes much to others as well. Spinoza's argument, his famous one, is itself only part of a wider story that includes changes in both Jewish and Christian thought about religious and particularly Jewish law. The distinction between aspects of law that are political and those are spiritual also has a basis in medieval rabbinic tradition. So I don't want to suggest that any of this comes out of thin air, right? There are various connections and sources and traditions that are drawn upon in order to create these arguments. But yet there is a moment when those arguments are speaking to each other and speaking in a certain way that I think is new. They're amplified and modified for the early modern European environment. And I think it is significant that so much of what's shaping that context and this discourse in this moment is a polemical one.
So thank you so much for this excellent paper, which brings us to the booming area of legal history. So it's very welcoming. And Matt, take that.
I was thank you first of all, and it's super important. This thinking about the concept of law. I was a little surprised that you didn't start talking about the sort of most famous converso use of the term, which is I will be saved in the law of Moses and not in the law of Jesus, which is a messianic context, which is almost the polar opposite of politics, which maybe is one of the reasons that it was so problematic for people to move from being a crypto Jew, whatever that might be, in the Iberian Peninsula, to being right, an actual Jew or a new Jew in the West.
What a question.
Just a statement.
I think, yes, I mean, you've heard me say elsewhere, I think that there's a component of what's happening here, I think, that reflects an effort to. So by happening here, what I mean is, in this discourse about contemporary Jewish politics that takes place in Amsterdam in the 1660s, 70s, and 80s primarily. But there's an aspect of it that is a kind of a redirection of something that could be understood as a messianic interest. Okay, so this is where Sabbateanism also becomes very visible. The 1660s and 70s and 80s is also the period where Shabtai Tzvi rises to prominence, but also even after his apostasy, until the early 1680s, he's still alive, he's present in people's minds, he's still a factor in the world, I think. And I think so to some extent, part of what they're doing is taking a little bit of the energy and interest in a kind of political restoration that's imagined by a messianic movement into a different kind of political self-realization as Jews. It could maybe work the other way too. Maybe they had this political interest, and that's part of what fed at least their interest in Shabtai Tzvi. But there's for sure synchrony between those things.
I've ever seen more tension between the Messiah and the legal political context.
So let's get you short questions. Christiana.
Yeah, well, there are many things I'd like to say, thank you, but I think that I will focus on two elements. First, I think that we have to think about the legacy of the medieval debate over what is the law, and how medieval debate between Christian and Jews is elaborated, because ceremonial law is a very specific term, right? And it goes also back to Aquinas. And so I was wondering what is the references that they have. Also reading Cardozo, it made me think what is there, because he talks about three types of law: Noachid, Moses, and then the tradition, which is Maimonides in his idea. But I think that there's more there. The other thing is about the Christians, Protestants especially, and the relationship between the biblical text and notion and concept of the state, and how the state or the political community has to be run. And because there are different directions, some of them are using the Bible to create a politeia, and some others are thinking of the Bible and especially of rereading the gospel in order to claim that Christianity should get rid of politics. So I think that also is another context that these debates should be somehow relating to this. And then, because when you come to Mendelssohn, there is already discussion about the state, and the Jews has a state and the state and so forth. I don't know.
I don't know if I really need to answer aside from to say absolutely. I completely agree. So I didn't really, I just wanted to sort of bring the like, again, like I said, the flavor of what they're doing with each other. Absolutely, ceremonial law is a concept with its own history, and part of my work moving forward in order to turn this into something real is to try to trace more clearly what their sources are, and how they're making sense of it. About the Christian context, yes, definitely. I sort of said, oh, all of the Christians think it was perfect because it perfectly combined civil and religious law. Of course, different parties had different views on what should be the relationship between the state and the church, or the state and an institution of law, or and the biblical polity was used by them to make lots of different arguments. Of course, I know this. And I think actually that you see a parallel thing happening among Jews, taking different positions, right? Pereira's position differs from Orovio's position, differs from Sarfati's position, and another source that I didn't bring, right? So they're actually in the community disagreeing with each other about what should be the role of law and the role of religion in the Jewish.
So we are running late, and I suggest that we group three questions, and then another 3 questions. So I have Miriam, and then David, and then Claude in this first set. So you ask the questions, and then
I will pass to make things simpler, and we'll discuss it. I'd love to discuss it.
Or if you want, okay.
okay, David.
Thank you. Briefly, we, I think, are compelled by your lucid presentation to distinguish between what we have rightly called in many contexts confessionalization and what we might call, with similar justice, Judaicization. By that I mean an adoption of a civic, ethno-national, political self-concept. I think you've also underscored the fact that the tension between those two, between the Christian conception of a culture and a way of life that's fundamentally geared toward theology, propositions, and so forth, and on the other hand, the civic identity, the tension between those is driving a lot of the polemics. So I'm just offering that as a comment. Gigantic high five to you.
Claude.
Yes. First, remember that these were times of the apogee of political Hebraism. And that means that for Jews to think about politics and law was a splendid moment especially in Northern Europe. At the same time, these excerpts shows what usually Karsten says, that there are a lot of dishonest argumentation. For without entering into what happened in Northern Europe, what's about canon law? What's about the idea, the Pauline idea that still the 10 Commandments are valid in some way or another? This is a caricature of Christianity, which totally fit to anarchic Christians like Giorgio Agamben, but not to the early modern Catholicism. And Isaac Cardoso, he paraphrased Francisco Suarez, but never faced it.
Yeah.
Just very directly to that, you mentioned, of course, the Christian Hebraist discourse. So my question would be, in how far is this a parallel to what we know about theology, for example, how Manasseh appropriates or reclaims authority over the Jewish discourse that Christians have occupied? So how far is this political parallel? And how far, and this is the very concrete question, how far do these sources really rely on and reply to the Christian sources? That is, I mean, Cuneus and Bertram was published by Constantine L'Empereur. So we have these two, but these are the Reformed Calvinist versions, but then we have also Catholic versions, Vigonius, Menocius, so Jesuit versions. So the question is also the same Protestant Catholic in between, neither nor, as well as that we have in theology. I think, I imagine, this is a very parallel world to what happens in theology, in proper theology, and it just needs to be puzzled out. So do you have any signs of direct reactions, replies to Cuneus? I know that Cuneus was not in Spinoza's library, but I'm quite sure that Spinoza worked with Cuneus. So what happens there?
Yes, I mean, I guess my short answer is that there are signs, explicit and hidden, use of both Catholic and Northern Protestant sources. Okay, a wide variety of sources, for sure, including, so especially in Pereira, there's a lot of 16th century and earlier 17th century Spanish sources. But in, I mean, it didn't even talk about this, but Abu Abda Fonseca writes about the harem in ways that are connected to this discourse. And in his work, you can hear echoes, I think, of Hobbes and of Althusius and for sure Grotius and Cuneus. For sure, Orobio is aware of Cuneus. I mean, the list would go on and on. So for sure, they're using sources from everywhere. Okay, two other short things that I want to say. I know we have more questions. One short thing is I've tried to suggest elsewhere that there's a difference by the time you get to the 60s, 70s, and 80s. There starts to be a difference in the quality of the discourse versus what goes on in the 30s, 40s, 50s. It's essentially the second generation as opposed to the first, and they're much more adapted to the Dutch context, much more connected with the new world of politics that's emerging there. For example, in Hobbes, right? There's a new set of texts and questions that are entering into their world. So a little bit, I think, a move from being really embedded in Iberian ideas towards more of a hybrid and more of a connection, embeddedness in the Amsterdam and the Anglo-Dutch context. That's one thing. Then the other piece that I just wanted to answer was about law. So for sure, Claude, yes, someone like Menashe, also like these figures here, found it extremely splendid to be able to inhabit something that was so valued by Christians, right? You know, when Aaron Katchen wrote about the participation of Jews in Amsterdam in Christian study of the Mishneh Torah, he sort of said, to a great extent, it was out of a hope of obtaining better conditions for life by having, you know, Christians appreciate them and want them there. And there's truth there. I also think it's not entirely instrumental, and they found it really satisfying to inhabit this position of being adored. And I think part of that satisfaction is what leads them to sort of emphasize it and push it and see where they can go with it, and think about how much they can inhabit it in their contemporary life. There's also a lot of work in legal history. There's this new book edited by Joanna Weinberg and Piet van Boxel, resulting from this year that they just had on the Christian and Jewish study of the Mishnah, called the Mishnaic moment, right? Where they really point to this latter half of the 17th century as a kind of an apex of widespread, almost obsession with the Mishnah and its subsequent study as a way of connecting back to the world of biblical and then of rabbinic antiquity. So for Christians, it connects them to the world of Jesus. For Jews, there are other purposes. But so there's also this fabric of just a ton of interest in law per se that Jews are implicated in. They find themselves placed at the center of these conversations. Okay, sorry.
We are running half an hour in delay. So I suggest that the two last questions could be addressed during the coffee.
I won't answer.
And I suggest also to have a short coffee break. Thank you so much.
So let's adjourn for, you said 10 minutes or 15?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
You know, we like open that up in a way that.
Absolutely. Have- just do it.
That's great. I mean, obviously, probably you're doing it better.
I don't have any progression. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. No, but absolutely. I mean, what part of what I'm hearing from the comments is like, what about the specifics or what about the position and 100% the way that I thought about it today. I yeah.
Qué proyecto impresionante, Bart. Mucha suerte. Para generaciones. Esto ay, ay, ay.
Muchas cosas que tengan que ver o no.
Esto es de lo que hace es una especie de termitaje. Esto quedará.
Presentation, melding, trying to share where I'm coming from. Because of- And
Fantastic. Thank you.
thank you. And one additional direction. that I want to go, so right now. So the idea of the community and political, this. dealt with Scale with sources, et cetera. So here, I just brought it. That's there, right? The piece that I'm developing for entirely an article. Is to trade. The way that they're using and changing. under the song they want. So that's, and that's the piece that I got, like, so all I've done so far is pull a bunch of the past years and many more, and it's just a big. That's why you say it's messy.
Your jet lag.
Holy, yeah.
I can imagine.
I can hardly talk.
I have only two small things. You speak about anti-Paulinia, and I think it's contra Paulinia. It's not anti, it's different things. It's like contra-aesthetic or anti. I am a contra-aesthetic. I'm not anti-aesthetic. Anti-aesthetic, it's to go, I think, without clothes. And the contra-aesthetic, it's kind of thing. Yes, it's a contra Paulinia. And the second thing, I think that this deeper categorization between legal, ceremonial, and moral law, it's from Thomas de Aquino. Okay, they took him maybe from Francisco Suarez, but it's a Christian thing. It's not a Jew thing.
So, for sure, but they don't actually do a neat tripartite provision.
Yes, understand, but I think that we can have an echo of
Absolutely hear.
this Thomas de
I
Aquino's
think we're hearing,
division.
but I think we're hearing an echo of fineness.
Yes,
And we're
Via
also-
Francisco Suarez, maybe I say, maybe, I don't sure because Thomas de Aquino is the classical one.
That's right, and I actually think Rovio has read.
Yes, Thomas, yes, Orobio, without, yes, without doubt. Yes, Italy, Salamanca, and things like that, yes.
So he doesn't need to be filtering. Pereira probably.
Yes. Or maybe Pereira, via Granada.
Yeah.
Okay.
So definitely echo. True, right? Some.
Yes,
So
yes, yes,
especially
yes.
In minority, the idea of the law, and the aim
Philosophy.
of politics,
Yes.
and the aim of. the
No, no,
profession.
yes, but I think that
Also, the idea.
the most important, I think my comment is the first, that it's a contra Paulinian, and I think that we need to be careful with this kind of concept like anti or contra, because you have, you cannot escape, I think, from Paulus. You can
Yeah.
do a contra, this
Yes.
was not an anti.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly.
It's a beautiful action. Thank you.
Totally dissatisfying because I don't bring any of the
It was clear, and it's a very complicated topic because when you use this concept, like, you know, look at politics, religion, it's serious.
It's not.
It's very complicated because when they say they look at the term, what do they do in life? They imply they look, they had a farm,
Yeah.
and
I mean, that's actually part of what I'm saying. But I don't know if it's something, maybe it's like I'm taking for granted.
because they have to about they don't have
Exactly, yeah. So in terms of, so. Much easier, more straightforward. You're supposed to be now, we're gonna interpret that. Right? But not.
No, this is why I was.
But there is a tradition of.
So many people going.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, they are basically emerging communities. But in Venice, they have a different. They have this
Yeah.
But also what they can really do is are the laws, Jewish laws that they can.
In their ruling, they have kind of. Which is informed by another thought, but not directly a matter of.
Yes, that's right, right.
Isn't at all.
Okay.
So, but.
כן, הנה, אני רק רוצה לראות איך אני מעביר, אני חושב, יש לך מצגת, אני חושב, כי פה בקושי רואים, ואז אני ששם לדבר פה ואנשים מסתכלו לשם. גם רואים טוב את המסך, ואז אם אתה יושב שם ויש מצגת יותר טובה, אבל אני חושב פה טוב למישהו. בצד ההוא, ואז מסתכלים עליך ורואים מאחוריך, פשוט פה לא רואים טוב במסך הזה את הטקסט, ככה לפי דעתי. הבנתי, אבל את מי אני אגרש שם? מה הוחלט?
No, you're right. I think I got my feedback. Those have been my. No, no, you're. That's all right. They're not. I don't need that. I need to know. I often. You know. I take a. Both my children are the same. So what I was thinking.
To advance, you can also use this.
I tried, but how?
Okay,
push work?
forward is this arrow, which I mean, no longer looks like an arrow, right?
Ah, okay.
And backwards is the left.
Ah, great, okay.
Muy buen método, David.
It must be broken, it's not working. Something down here. Where is Maria Laura?
Maybe she's preparing herself.
Well, in that case, we have a retreat. Like Santa's now, sorry, not right. No. Oh. It is indeed, you know, the great.
If you really believe.
The German version is for a kiss. I have that at home too. I know the spell, but it doesn't work. It's only the first year of the marriage that it works. Even though I was complaining about that.
Okay, Maria Laura, you're welcome. Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, David. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are going to start this new panel. So we have three lectures. We are going to listen to the Ram Ben Shalom. I'm very pleased to introduce him. Ram Ben Shalom is the head of the Department of History of the Jewish People and Contemporary Judaism at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He is also the editor of the Hispania Judaica du Latin. Ben Shalom has published extensively on medieval European Jewish history, including the book Medieval Jews and Christian Past, Jewish Historical Consciousness in Spain and Southern France. His most recent Hebrew publication, The Jews of Provence and Languedoc, Renaissance in the Shadow of Church, is set to be published soon in English edition by Littman Library of the Jewish Civilization. So, Ram Ben Shalom, you have the floor, please.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank David and Dov for inviting me to speak here, and apologize for all the others here for not being attended yesterday. But I had been given permission from the organizers for this because I had other obligations. So
Yes. So I'm sorry. Okay, now I begin my talk. As Yitzhak Ber and Chaim Hillel Ben Sasson pointed out, the idea of the unity of the Jewish people and the Anusim emerges from Perfet Duran's writings, particularly in Igeret Kina, a letter of consolation he wrote on the occasion of the death of Don Abraham Yitzhak Halevi of Girona in 1393. According to this new approach, which stresses the lineage of the Anusim, the seed of Abraham, neither their integration into Christian society nor their stumbling in the sin of idolatry has detached them from the Jewish nation. Duran ascribes a kind of mission to the Anusim. The role in the spirit of the Maimonidean principle of accommodation would be to disseminate Jewish monotheism among Christians, thereby drawing them closer to redemption. Redemption itself will be an event common to Jews and Anusim, whose eschatological fate, according to Duran, is linked to that of commandment-observing Jews. How do I take this out?
Down.
To move it down?
Yeah. Very good.
Okay. Okay, in this is from the Igeret Kina, the letter of consolation. Yeah? In this great exile, if a part of the people has stumbled in a similar manner under absolute duress because of fear for their lives, this has not removed them from the category of God's people and the seed of Abraham who loved him, for God knows the secrets of their hearts, and he will redeem them with the rest of their brothers and will bear them forevermore. This letter of consolation, along with Maaseh Kod and Duran's other works, has been analyzed in great detail in a variety of contexts pertaining to this discourse with the Anusim. These studies have addressed the historical background of Duran's writings and his ideas of spiritual internalization, including the theurgic reading and contemplation of scripture with a pleasing intention, combined with scientific study of the Hebrew Bible and Hebrew language. As Mordechai Tzodoi emphasizes, the author of a book on Duran, Duran is not suggesting that forced converts return to Judaism now or flee Spain to places under Islamic rule. This new method offered Anusim a path to intimate divine worship and spiritual perfection despite not observing the commandments. In all such matters, Duran stresses the idea of eternal intention as superior to action without intention. A thorough examination of this approach is beyond the scope of the present lecture. Duran was not alone in developing the idea of internal intention in relation to the Anusim. It was a view shared by Chazdai Kreskas as well. Kreskas's efforts on behalf of the Anusim are alluded to in a lament by Solomon de Piera, written at the time of the great rabbi's death.
The third one down. On the.
You did it before.
Yeah, it worked. Maybe because something is okay. Yeah.
Something's interfering. I have no idea why.
Maybe this is because of this black.
Yeah, where's
let's
the
put it
teclado?
here.
Where's the?
Here maybe.
You know, I think.
Okay, I will put it like this.
Oh,
Okay.
here we are. Oh,
No, it was the other one.
Okay,
I'll do it mechanically. Okay. Okay, this is the lament by Solomon de Piera. Rabbi, master of an age in whom the dispersed of the faith gain knowledge and wax stronger,
rabbi whose opinions were loved by the righteous and the pure, and whom haters of truth despised. The dispersed of faith refers to those anusim who found strengths and reinforcement of their collective identity in the ideological program of Chazdai Kreskas. A subsequent line in the Piera's poem appears to refer to a specific group within Anusim society. From the speech of his lips, complainers learned instruction and spoke pure and pleasant words. The complainers who learned instruction following Isaiah 29:24 are the Anusim led by Kreskas to the correct path of religion and faith, in keeping with Duran's explanation of the term complainers, rognim, in Maaseh Tov. Complainers refers to those Israelites who embraced apostasy and speak erroneously about the Torah due to their lack of understanding of the text and abandoned the words of the living God. And it is in reference to the practical dimension that the prophet said, and the complainers shall learn instruction, lekach, in the sense of, for good instruction I have given you, do not forsake my Torah. Duran was thus not alone in developing this first and decisive model for relating to the Anusim, in the words of Chaim Hillel ben Sasson. In addition to Chazdai Kreskas, the initiative involved a wider group of scribes and local leaders, as demonstrated in a number of my studies, who successfully disseminated the new approach to the Anusim throughout the kingdoms of Aragon, Castile, and Navarre, and as far as Provence and southern Italy. This group of Aragonese scribes developed an internal coded language for discussing the Anusim in the context of which existing terms such as complainers, rognim, acquired new meaning. The formulary of Yom Tov ben Chania, scribe to the Jewish community of Montalban, Aragon, and a contemporary of Duran and Kreskas, offers one example of the currency of such language. In an Igeret Orochit, letter of recommendation carried by itinerant Jews in the Middle Ages, written on behalf of a teacher by the name of Chaim Karo, Ben Chana stresses the bearer considerable, albeit unsuccessful, efforts to remain Jewish, and the fact that Karo was an innocent anus, as opposed to the wicked men known as complainers. One who walks in his innocence and treads with uprightness, if his ankles bend and stumble, the hand of his rule is a voice unto him. While the scoundrel falls before all his brethren, he falls until his appearance is marred, unlike that of any man. No one takes him by the hand. All his intimates and friends revile him. His dear ones and neighbors withdraw. In my article on martyrdom during the persecutions of 1391, I draw attention to the mistaken historiographical perception of the Jewish response at the time, showing how, alongside the phenomenon of mass conversion, many Spanish Jews in fact chose martyrdom, behaving no differently than the Jews in Ashkenaz during the persecutions of 1096, Gzerot Hatnu. In the years 1412, 1414, on the other hand, conversion was the predominant response. The Jews of Aragon and Castile did not face violence at that time and were generally not led to the baptismal font at Swords Point, with a few exceptions, such as the city of Daroca. Thus, in the absence of violence, the pressure to convert was not met with martyrdom. The tens of thousands of Jewish converts to Christianity in 1412, 1414 were influenced by three main forces: the severely discriminatory social and economic laws passed in 1412 in Valladolid and Cifuentes, the aggressive and violent campaign led by the Dominican preacher Vicente Ferrer, and the Christian propaganda victory in the Tortosa disputation conducted by Pope Benedict XIII and his representative in the disputation, the apostate Geronimo de Santa Fe. The element of coercion present in all three of these factors should not be underestimated. And although the general term conversos may be more apt in relation to this second wave of converts, it would not be incorrect to call them anusim as well, albeit anusim of a different kind. One particularly well-known example of this type of convert is the Saragosan courtier and poet Don Vidal Yosef de la Cavalleria, son of the renowned courtier Benveniste Ben Lavi. Vidal, who was one of the leading Jewish participants in the Tortosa disputation, was baptized between February and June 1414 and went on to play an influential role in the royal administration and in humanistic culture of the time under the Christian name Gonzalo. What then happened to Spanish Jewish leaders and tens of thousands of Jews between 1391 and 1413-1440? Did the moral fortitude I discussed in my article on martyrdom during the persecution of 1391 completely disappear? We could attribute it to the three factors mentioned above: the Valladolid laws, the preaching of Vicente Ferrer, and the Tortosa disputation. Yitzhak Ber, however, saw this affair primarily as a crisis of despair and betrayal by the Averroist Jewish leadership, of which Vidal de la Cavalleria was an example. The leaders were Averroists both before and after conversion. According to Ber, these leaders were, I quote him, these leaders were unaware of any uniqueness in their national tradition. Their attitude toward their persecuted people, composed as it was of artisan and simple folk, was one of contempt, and they had lost all desire to be a partner in its common destiny. End of quotation. Ben Zion Netanyahu, while citing arguments both for and against, ultimately accepted Ber's hypothesis that the voluntary conversions of 1414 were spearheaded by the Averroists, while most of those who followed in their footsteps and were not part of this small group of philosophers were influenced by the undermining of the concept of divine providence and by the clear improvement in the socioeconomic status of the Anusim who had converted in 1391, which further undermined belief in providence. Ber's view regarding the connection between Averroism and conversion has been criticized for a number of reasons. It is not my intention to elaborate here, nor to suggest that Ber's hypothesis be rejected outright, but rather to address the specific case of Don Vidal Yosef de la Cavalleria, which Ber treats as paradigmatic. Don Vidal is particularly important in this context due to his close ties with Perfect Duran. Dov Schwartz published a rationalist sermon on the exodus from Egypt by Don Vidal Yosef de la Cavalleria, influenced by the Neoplatonic circle. As Schwartz has already established the affinity between the Neoplatonic circle and Averroism, this would seem to suggest that his embracing of Christianity was indeed influenced by this philosophy, as postulated by Ber. But it appears that in the period prior to his conversion, and in complete contrast to Ber's opinion, Vidal expressed an unequivocal sense of solidarity with the Jewish nation, and that in this sermon, he envisioned a clear eschatological schema of imminent vengeance against Christianity. Note the following passage from the end of the sermon. This is only the end of the sermon. Most of the sermon is about a Neoplatonic philosophy. We must therefore take note of the kindness that the Lord, blessed be He, showed us in Egypt, and understand that He, God, who broke the yoke of our oppressors, then will punish all of our mortal enemies and demand our blood from them. And that is what the rabbis of blessed memory meant when they said, when they said, he who took vengeance upon the first will take vengeance upon the last. How so? In Egypt, there was the plague of blood. So too in Edom. I will show wonders in the heavens and in the earth, blood and fire. In Egypt, there was the plague of frogs, the sound of which was oppressive. So too in Edom, as it is written, in Egypt, he struck their firstborn. It's the end. He continued to speak about all the 10 what plagues? Yes, all the 10 plagues, and now it's the last one, the firstborn. Okay, in Egypt, he first took vengeance on the sorry. Where is it? Yes, in Egypt, the plague of so too in Edom. In Egypt, he struck the firstborn. So too in Edom, as it is written, and the wild oxen shall come down with them. Read not re'emim, wild oxen, but romim, Romans. In Egypt, he first took vengeance on their gods and then on them. So too in Edom, as it is written, Isaiah, and it shall come to pass on that day that the Lord shall punish the host of the high ones that are on high, and the kings of the earth upon the earth. And may the Holy One, blessed be he, in his mercy, swiftly bring all these words of consolation to pass speedily in our days, that his name might be known in the world, and that he might be known to many nations. There is no doubt that Vidal de la Cavalleria expected terrible retribution against Christianity and its saints, and against the kings of Christian lands in particular. The image that emerges from the sermon is not that of an Averroist, that is, personal salvation detached from any national yearning for redemption. As Vidal Yosef fit Ben Zion Netanyahu's model of the 1414 apostate as a rationalist who came to the conclusion that there is no divine justice, reward and punishment, or personal judgment. In light of his words in this sermon, it is hard to accept the Averroistic explanation as the primary motive for his conversion and the conversions of many like him. I would suggest another possible reason for the change in Jewish public opinion, which facilitated the conversion of 1414, and which, to the best of my knowledge, has never been considered before. I refer to the success of the general conceptual program concerning the Anusim, developed and sustained by Perfect Duran, Chazdai Kreskas, Yom Tov Ben Chana, and other scribes. For the sake of brevity, I will call it the Duran approach. Duran's Klimat HaGoyim, reproach of the Gentiles, circa 1397, which most scholars believe was intended for a converso readership, includes polemical arguments against a number of Christian dogmas, as well as new attitude to the ancient church at the time of Jesus and the apostles, as having been more pure and refined than the established Christian faith of the time of the church fathers and the Emperor Constantine, which had been contaminated with elements of polytheism. The fact that scholarship to date has classified Klimat HaGoyim in the genre of religious polemics has, I believe, prevented the evaluation of other didactic and explanatory aspects of the work. In this sense, Klimat HaGoyim should be classified not only in the genre of anti-Christian polemics, but also in the genre of Christian catechism, as I have done in a recent study. Inasmuch as it was intended to teach the first generation of Anusim the basic principles of Christian theology and to help them find a modus vivendi within the church. I would stress here that it was not a catechism that sought to normalize the reality of conversion, but rather an attempt to strengthen ties between Anusim and Jews and to provide the converters with a unique collective identity within the church that would allow them to continue to be considered Jews. Durand believed that this new consciousness would allow for the development of the converter religion of faith, founded primarily upon internal intention, while also facilitating the creation of a minimalistic way of Jewish life within Christian space, as per Yosef Kaplan's definition regarding the converter society in later generations. These ideas were widely disseminated throughout Spain and the Western Mediterranean, thanks to a Saragossa-based network of communal scribes, as noted above, but to what effect? One indication of their success can be found in a letter from southern Italy, written by Crescas Meir, a disciple of Durand from Perpignan, in response to Marco Lippomano, a Venetian Hebraist and politician close to the circle of Durand disciples in Italy. Lippomano boasted to Crescas Meir that the two famous apostates, Perfect, or Honoratus de Bonafide, that is Durand, and Pablo de Santa Maria, were authentic converts who had embraced Christianity as the true faith. Crescas Meir replied that their conversion had been, I quote, permitted as an extraordinary measure, Ora'at Sha'ah, and the heart on which all depends is the main thing, end of quotation. With this ambivalent statement, Crescas Meir adopted the method of internal intention, which permits conversion as an extraordinary measure, while concealing from his Christian correspondent the full truth about Durand, who, in complete contrast to Pablo, by no means considered Christianity the true faith, as Lippomano believed to be the case. Another Jew who internalized this new approach to the Anusim was Yitzhak Natan of Arles, who in his ethical treatise, Me'ametz Koach, Fortifying Strengths, written after 1431, described the development in Spain of the new religion of the Anusim in the days of Vicente Ferrer. It was a religion that was neither commandment-oriented Judaism nor Catholicism, but rather a community of Anusim with its own church and officiants, the social consciousness of a charitable association, and liturgical and ritual practices that abstained from all forms of idolatry. This is the Hebrew, the Hebrew Me'ametz Koach, but I will pass it to the English version. When the converts, why 2 minutes? It's half an hour. Yeah. Half an hour lecture. That's what I prepared.
Fine, okay, go for half an hour.
I asked Yossi yesterday. Yossi.
No.
Okay, yeah.
Fine.
Okay.
We adjust it. And today we don't have to go to run to a restaurant, so we can play with.
Okay. Half an hour lecture. That's what I prepared. Sorry. When the converts heard these three lies of Vicente Ferrer and truly understood that this was nothing, that they themselves were their own witnesses, the leprosy of apostasy flourished among them in their face, and some of them escaped to the wide tracts of the earth. Those that grew and became rich and were plentiful in number and could not escape cleverly, decided to become a fraternity, and they became a united one, and they undertook to obey the commandment to give half a shekel to each person every week, and they made a charity fund and did an even greater deed of charity, fraternity, and amicability in supporting the poor and marrying off young women. And they built for themselves a shrine, and they chose some of their men to serve in the shrine and to worship there. Okay, and to worship there, and they enlisted from among themselves preachers who would sermonize to them in emulation of other Gentiles about the roots of their faith which they had come to as shelter, but did not repeat the deceptions and lies and imagined miracles as other preachers did. And thus their practice has continued until this day, and they are all men of grace, men of action, men of truth, who do good deeds, notables who find more grace and honor than the people of those districts. They worship their God and do not become haughty or follow false gods. From out of Vicente Ferrer's life, the opposite came. And instead of what he sought to shape as the new face in their heart, what they converted to, he led them to deny and doubt that which was correct and true. Okay, in contrast to the ambivalent and critical attitude of other Jews toward the conversos, Yitzhak Natan offers numerous superlatives in describing their new life and appears to draw the boundary of Jewish collective identity well beyond interreligious borderlands. It is also important to note, however, what Natan does not say here. He does not mention the conversos' observance of the Sabbath or any other attempt on their part to observe the principal Jewish commandments. He does emphasize their observance of the commandment of charity, but this finds a stronger expression in Christianity. The Jewish identity of the conversos is determined by their belief in one God and utter rejection of the Christian belief in the Holy Trinity. The commandments are not a sine qua non for being defined as a Jew. It is sufficient to establish a community in which solidarity is practiced and matters of faith are addressed in sermons wholly distinct from those preached by Christians. It appears that Natan, following Duran's new approach, so to stretch the boundaries of Jewish identity to their maximum extent. In the years 1412, 1415, in light of the acceptance of Duran's approach, a third way developed in Spain, the possibility of Jews joining the community of innocent Anusim, those whose fate, according to Duran, Crescas Ben Hana, Crescas Meir, Yitzhak Natan, and others, was no longer separate from that of the Jewish people and who served an important eschatological role. The reduction of the new religion of the Anusim to the component of belief and internal intention in conjunction with the Jewish racialist aspect, also stressing the responsa and halachic literature of the time, for the first time allowed a Jew to live commandment-observant Judaism without joining Catholicism. De facto, and certainly not de jure, Catholicism that centered around the cult of the dead God and his salvation. Perfect Duran himself could serve as a paradigm for this new group of converts. Alongside his rise as a physician and astrologist in the court of the kings of Aragon and Navarre, he remained a revered figure in the commandment-observant Jewish camp and continued to produce Hebrew intellectual works as he pleased, making some effort to conceal his identity, but not to the point that it could not easily be discovered. He also continued to teach undisturbed and to nurture groups of disciples in scientific disciplines in Hebrew. The Papal Inquisition, although harsh in a handful of cases of Judaizing conversos, was mostly ineffective, while the policy adopted by the Crown focused primarily on social segregation and laws to prevent the immigration and flight of forced converts. Motko Sodoy asks why Duran ceased writing for 30 years after having completing his final work, and suggests that his silence may have been due to a Christian political climate that no longer allowed the converso of his kind to write in Hebrew. Although this cannot be ruled out, the exchange of Hebrew poems between converts and Jews indicate that converts who wish to do so could continue to take part in Hebrew literary discourse even after 1414. We may thus suggest another answer to the question posed by Kosodoy. That is, was the events of 1412, 1414 themselves that caused him to cease writing. It is possible that at that time, he first realized the tragic consequences of the new religious path he had forged, which had, contrary to his original intentions, facilitated the passage of tens of thousands of Jews to his group of belonging, the Anusim. I finished. Some of the new members of this group sought, like him, to continue to share the fate of the Jewish people, or in the words of Yitzhak Natan, to number among the pious men of action and truth, mighty and prominent, who find grace and honor above all others in those parts. Many others, however, merely followed a trend, and once they had crossed over, felt no need to maintain their ties with Judaism. In conclusion, I would like to stress that I do not mean to suggest that this was the sole reason behind the second wave of conversion. To my mind, however, we cannot rule out the possibility that Jews like Vidal de la Cavalleria internalized Duran's new approach to the point that they actively sought to become Anusim like him. Thank you very much.
Shalom for his lecture, and so the debate's open. We have around 10, 15 minutes for questions, observations.
Altogether in the session, we have that long. So, I mean, let's try to keep the individual questions for each speaker to about 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Please. Moses.
Yes, if I can understand from the third part, there is a base of the Christian who read the works of Prophet Duran, Alteca Boteca, and Klimata Goim as a Christian catechism. This is the first question. And the second one, what do you think about the theory that he also converted and then reverted to Judaism?
I'll start with the second.
About that?
Yeah, we know that he was converted. This is for sure. Yeah, because we found, I didn't find it, but in the archive of Perpignan, there are documents that prove that he took this Hieronymus, what was his name? Honoratus de Bonafide. So we have several documents that calling him Honoratus de Bonafide there, and I cannot imagine that there were two Honoratus de Bonafides and two Duran in Perpignan, that it could be the same person. And Yitzhak Ber didn't know about all these documents because it had been published only years after, by who found it? The Emery. Yes, Richard Emery found it in he wrote an article about it. So he was for sure converted, and he didn't had to come back to Judaism because he was a converso, and in his final life he lived probably in Valencia, and we found evidences of him with his Christian name, not as Duran, but with his Christian name in Valencia until I think 1432 or something like this.
For me, it's still an enigma because he was a teacher of the sons of Hadai Kreskas. How Hadai Kreskas is going to take for his son a Christian, a Jewish who converted?
Because both of them were in the court of Juan I, the king of Aragon. Hadai Kreskas was the supreme judge of the Jews, and he worked with Violante, the wife of Juan I, from 1389, I think he was there, and Duran joined him as an astrologist in the same place. So he was there. So they were together there. So there was no problem. And about Alteca Boteca, I'm not sure if the Christians really didn't understand the sarcasm and humor of Duran. Maybe, but it's a kind of a legend that we find in this story in, I think, Yosef Ibn Shem Tov. So I don't know about the reception of Alteca Boteca in Latin. I don't have any clue to say whether they understood the sarcasm in it or they took it as catechism, as you pointed out.
Okay,
Please.
thank you.
I would like to follow up. Is there any trace of a conversal reception of the Kingdom of the Goyim? I mean, there's so much of the reception in Jewish communities outside.
Yes,
But there doesn't seem to be any trace of the Spanish.
I found traces in your publication in the Marrakesh disputation.
Well, that's the 16th century.
16th century, yes. And in the 15th century, in Hernando de Talavera, his response to the Judaizer, the Ebionite, in the Ebionite, you can find there also traces in the end of the 15th century. You can find there also traces of the ideology of Duran and Klimat HaGoyim.
Yes. Just two things, and one related precisely to that. The first is obvious, but is what you pointed very convincing. This major shift in terms of Jewish identity with the internalization, the idea of the secret of the heart, and this of course remind me, among others, Samuel Huske Consolação, in which he works about that. And I'm mentioning Huske because after listening to the examples you gave, and to Huske, we are here in front of a polyphony, which enables to put together many different things, kind of essence or Kabbalistic senses, a minimum of Jewish proclivity, and so on and so forth. Then this, I would say, sorry for being so obsessive, Paulinization of Judaism is polysemic and therefore is very fitted into the wide range of of converso identities. And then concerning the second point, the witness of Nathan made certainly allusion to a confraternity, to a converso confraternity. And this has to do with what Talavera was against, what he said, a kind of neo-Ebionism, neo-converso Ebionism. And I remember a fantastic excerpt given by David Bruderman in his Parisol book, in which he claimed that in Ferrara came people from Spain. And they said that both they were Jews, but both the laws were right. And they tried to follow, this is according to the law of Moses and the law of Christ. And this, of course, this supports your archaeological findings.
Thank you very much, though. Yes.
Only a small question. Can we trace in the Inquisition record this kind of thinking of Duran's and or of Yitzhak Bar Natan when conversos were questioned about their faith, especially after 1492? Can we find this kind of reasoning in the Inquisition records?
I'm not sure. Because the questions were generally more centered on the habits of the Anusim, what they did, what they preserve about eating, about kosher meat, about holidays, and not about let's say the philosophy of faith or something like, but I might find something there, but I don't have right now a straight answer for this.
Very quickly, two brief comments regarding the questions. Very convincing,
I know.
I completely bought the theory about the evidence and about the reception. So we got to remember that it was the primary evidence we have of the last quarter of the 15th century. We're talking about the project that happened
in the last decades of the 14th century. So if we would have the historical record from the 1411, from 1420s, we might have seen this more clearly. And that's also concerns the issue of reception. The reception that we see, Calavera and others, not to mention 16th century, it's a different world. It's a different universe in the sense of what people can say to an inquisitor and what kind of scriptures people can hold in their. I mean, the reason that Bear thought Duran didn't convert was because he thought it was impossible. He didn't think it was possible that a convert would write these treatises. Yet we know that for a fact that in the 1390s in Spain, it was possible. You could be a Christian that go to a church and go back to your home and write anti-Christian treatises like Duran did. So we need to change the kind of mentality that we project from the late 15th century and the 16th century to this earlier period in order to understand why can't we find the evidence.
Yeah, thank you. I completely agree with you.
Can I just add, the fact that there is no Inquisition made it much more possible for them to develop a culture among themselves and much safer than it would have been if there had been.
Of course, yes.
You mentioned having a relationship with
It's the same family, Yes. It was a huge family, and I have the lineage of it, but I don't remember exactly because Pedro is a little bit later. It's the cousin. It's the cousin. Yes. But of course, yes. Yes.
Just a curiosity. Okay. Just I'm very hard to present the next lecturer, Yanai Israeli. Yanai Israeli is an assistant professor of history and Judaic studies at the University of Michigan, specializing in the social and legal history of late medieval and early modern Spain. He has published articles in Past and Present, Spectrum, Law and History Review, and Diablo. His current project is a monograph on petitioners and royal justice in the late 15th and early 16th century Castle. Yanai Israeli, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Maria Laura, and thank you, Claude and David, for this kind invitation to participate in this wonderful conference. And it's really a pleasure and an honor to finally meet people, scholars whose work I've been reading for a long time, but actually never met. So this is the first time, and kind of like I'm very excited about that. So my talk today is about real estate. Real estate and the legal culture in the context of the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492. At the center of this presentation is a series of legal cases that I came across a few years ago, but didn't have the chance to delve into them. So I confess that I use this conference as an opportunity to do so. And what you're about to hear is my very first attempt to say something about these materials. It is a work in progress, so bear with me, and I will be grateful for any comments or criticism you might want to share. So let's start. In 1496, a tailor from the city of Plasencia named Rui Gonzalez appeared before the court of the local royal magistrate, the corregidor of Plasencia, to lodge a complaint against his former neighbor, Blasco de Villalobos. Gonzalez told the court that about 3 years earlier, he sold 2 apartments to Villalobos, situated on the Shusho Street, not very far from Plasencia main plaza. The problem, according to Gonzalez, was that the sale price, 15,253 maravedis, represented less than half of the fair value of the property. The corregidor surely knows, Gonzalez continued, that today these apartments would be sold for about 50,000 maravedis. Gonzalez told the court how many times he confronted Villalobos, demanding that he rectify the deceitful act, engaño. He wanted Villalobos to return the apartments or pay him the difference between the sale price and their fair value. He stated his willingness to give Villalobos his money back and reimburse him for any improvements made in the apartments. Villalobos' refusal to comply prompted Gonzalez to seek legal intervention. For most of his life prior to this lawsuit, Rui Gonzalez was known by his Jewish name, Sa Bueno. He was, in fact, one of many Jews who had left Castile during the expulsion of 1492, but then within a few years converted to Catholicism and returned to their hometowns. The exact numbers of these returnees is unknown, as is the number of the Jews who, following the publication of the expulsion decree in the spring of 1492, opted to remain in their homes and accept baptism. What we do know, I think, is that the expulsion sparked a wave of conversion, which was far more extensive than previously thought. Over the past several decades, various scholars have shed light on these new Christians of 1492, including those who left and returned. Just to give you an example, in two recent articles, Sarah Nell provides insights into the stories and experience of these returnees, drawing on the extensive archive of the Inquisition in Cuenca. She's not the only one, there were many others. And of course, this region of Sigüenza was by no means the only region where a substantial number of returnees settled. Chaim Beinart, in his book on the expulsion, was able to identify over 80 localities where returnees established themselves. Many of these places witnessed the return of dozens of families. According to Enrique Cantera Montenegro, for example, in the village of Torre Laguna, located some 60 kilometers from Madrid, about half of the Jews who departed in 1492 came back as new Christians within 5 years. This means that the majority of the village Jewish population, comprising approximately 200 souls in 1492, were still there in 1500, albeit living now as new Christians. Records pertaining to Plasencia and its hinterland suggest that this region too saw its share of returnees. Of course, we need also to bear in mind that what the extant documentation reveals represent only part of the historical picture. Unfortunately, the archives of many institutions that may well have contained information on this population of new Christians have lost. At any rate, considering the available evidence that we have, it seems to me that a few thousand returnees, alongside a comparable number of new Christians who embraced baptism to evade expulsion, potentially comprising around 10 to 20% of the Jewish population residing in Castile and Aragon prior to 1492, could be viewed as a plausible estimate, if not a conservative one. As the case of Rui Gonzalez, the tailor from Plasencia, illustrates, many of those who returned endeavored to buy back the houses and fields they had sold during the expulsion at the original selling price. In fact, aside from the evidence found in inquisitorial file, most of what we know about this phenomenon of Jews converting and returning to Castile in the aftermath of the expulsion is derived from records produced in the context of the disputes that such attempts to buy back the property generated. In this paper, I would like to explore this property dispute through the lens of legal practice. What happens if we consider the returnees as petitioners and litigants? What insights can we gain by analyzing their patterns of action? I will first offer some background about the legal aspects of these disputes. Then I will present two examples: a group of new Christian petitioners from the village of Montbeltran, and the exceptionally detailed case from Plasencia with which I open. So in November 1492, the monarchs, Isabel and Fernando, signed a royal decree that allowed Jews to safely return to Castile from Portugal on the condition that they accept baptism immediately upon entering the kingdom. The decree, which was granted in response to a petition, instructed the authorities throughout the kingdom to ensure that once they are back, the new converts must be allowed to buy back their houses, fields, or vineyards for the same price they sold it at the time of the expulsion, provided that they cover the cost of all the improvements made in the property, and that the people who bought the property had alternative dwellings. Scholars have interpreted this decree, whose language speaks of the Jews that are in Portugal and wants to return, as an expression of a general royal policy concerning the property of the returnees. However, a close examination of the evidence complicates this view. A second general royal decree issued in July 1493 reiterated the rights of converts to come back from Portugal and Navarra, promising royal protection. However, this second decree says nothing about the returnees' old property. If in November 1492 the Crown's intention was indeed to encourage returns by giving returnees the opportunity to buy back their property, the decree of July 1493 followed a more cautious line. The monarchs would still grant some returnees such permissions to buy the property, but this would be done on an individual basis as royal favors or privilege bestowed on designated petitioner or petitioners. What changed between November 1492 and July 1493? It is possible that in November 1492, the monarchs did not foresee a significant wave of returns, or they didn't foresee the potential disputes that such a phenomenon might cause. Maybe there was pressure coming from below, from those subjects who had bought Jewish real estate cheap and were now asked to sell it back for the same price. Or maybe the bureaucrats at the royal court realized that they should not give away for free privilege that on other occasions would be issued for a substantial fee. In any case, it is in 1493 that we begin to see returnees invoking the principle of engaño, a term that can be translated as deception or deceitful act. Turning to the court, engaño, deception.
Yes, I know, but what was the whole sentence?
It is in 1493 that we begin to see returnees invoking the principle of engaño, a term that can be translated as deception or deceitful act. Turning to the courts, these individuals essentially claim to have been wronged by those who had bought their property at the time of the expulsion. Instead of pleading for the royal grace, they took the path of grievance, asserting their entitlement for justice in accordance with the law. What was the legal basis for such claims? Well, already in the 13th century, the great legal codes produced at the court of Alfonso X, the Siete Partidas and the Fuero Real, outlined the specific circumstances in which commercial transaction could be retrospectively nullified. These circumstances encompass transaction conducted under coercion or fear, but also sales that occurred at less than half of the property's fair value, or for double the amount of the fair value. A situation that came to be known as the engaño of half the fair price. What you see here is a page of the 14th century code, the Ordenamiento de Alcalá, that reinforces these laws. Basically, a seller who could prove to have been the victim of such engaño had the right to repurchase the property for the original sale price or receive compensation from the buyer for the difference between the sale price and the actual fair value. The Ordenamiento added that the party who had been deceived, whether the buyer or the seller, had only 4 years period following the transaction to make such a claim. These laws were still in effect in the late 15th century when they were incorporated into the massive compilation of royal ordinances produced by the jurist Alonso Diaz de Montalvo in 1484. The Archivo General de Simancas retains dozens of royal decrees issued in response to petitions of returnees who demanded justice on the basis of these laws. These petitioners would typically turn to the Royal Council, a high royal court of equity, to obtain decrees ordering local courts and officials to adjudicate their cases and provide them justice. If their claim were correct, the fact that these petitioners would almost always claim to have sold their property for less than half of the fair price was not just a formulaic convention. It was a claim intended to frame the transaction as a case of engaño. And what would normally happen is that the Royal Council would give them a decree that would address local officials saying, oh, if this person is right, please make sure that they are able to buy the property for the same price. Litigating the engaño may well have emerged as a creative solution developed by returnees to replace the need for a special royal favor or privilege. From a plaintiff's point of view, a successful result would look quite similar, a permission to buy back the property for the same price. But there were certain differences between those two avenues, grace versus grievance. While petitioning for a royal favor or privilege required the monarchs to personally sign the decree, cases of engaño could be submitted to the local courts. I should also know that in this time, late 15th century Castile, there are different royal centers. So the royal council, for example, had two branches. You could go to Valladolid, to the royal council, for example, to complain on cases of grievance. But if you wanted to get a privilege or a royal favor, you have to go to the royal court, which was peripatetic at the time. So unlike decrees granted on the basis of royal favors, verdicts given in engaño lawsuits were not contingent on the buyer's access to alternative dwelling. So it was injustice and had to be corrected. On the other hand, when they pursued engaño cases, returnees would have to undergo a full judicial process and to prove in court that their property was indeed sold in a price that reflected less than half of its fair value. Okay, let me illustrate some of these issues by looking at two concrete examples. The first involved the petitionary activities of a group of 10 returnees from Montbeltran, a seigniorial village in the vicinity of Avila. The leader of this group of petitioners seems to have been a certain Rodrigo de Dueñas, a person who clearly had practical knowledge about the petitionary process and how to employ it in the context of property disputes. Between February and April 1494, Dueñas presented 4 petitions and obtained 4 royal decrees. His petitions were presented at 2 different royal centers, the Royal Council Division of the Royal Council Division in Valladolid, and the Royal Court that was based in these months in Medina del Campo. The process of petitioning thus involved traveling hundreds of kilometers between Montbeltran and these 2 royal centers. Dueñas engaged in this process either by himself or by means of a procurator, which was something that people with a means were able to do. We know almost nothing about the Jewish past of Rodrigo de Dueñas, but we do know that exactly 1 year prior to his petitionary campaign, in February 1493, he was part of a group of Jews who tried to return to Castile through the ports of Tarifa, southwest of Gibraltar. According to a document drawn out by a local judge in Tarifa that I was able to find in Simancas, a group of 30 Jews was on the board of a caravel that set sail from Portugal. They came to Tarifa, I quote, with the will and intention to become Christian and receive the water of the Holy Spirit. The judge reports recount how when 8 of the Jews came to the shore to receive baptism, the captain of another boat, a citizen of Cadiz, attacked their caravel with armed men, robbing the Jews on board and carrying off all their property, including their clothes. The account of Tarifa's judge mentions none of the victims by name. However, the document that has come down to us has notes showing that it was a copy of the original report that was prepared by a scribe in the village of Montbeltran in January 9, 1494, so almost a month before these petitions of Rodrigo de Dueñas. Furthermore, the copy was made at the request of a certain Rodrigo de Dueñas. This means that just before launching his petition to the Royal Council, Dueñas ensured to prepare a copy of the judge report, which he then submitted together with his materials to the Royal Council. Dueñas' first petition was a complaint on the attack in 1433, even though it doesn't mention that it took place in Tarifa. It is addressed to the decree that he received is addressed to the Corregidor of Cadiz, ordering to punish the captain who had robbed Dueñas and the other Jews, and see that that person is not escape punishment. Okay, 2 weeks later, on February 18, the Royal Council in Valladolid granted another decree in response to another petition submitted by Dueñas, this time together with 9 other returnees from Montbeltran. Dueñas' names appear first, which may indicate that he represented the entire group. This petition dealt with this new Christian property in Montbeltran, and it invoked the language of engaño. According to this royal decree, the petitioners, I quote, said that they had been Jews, and that when we ordered the Jews to depart our kingdoms, they sold certain houses and fields in this village, and now they have converted to our Holy Catholic faith, and they are Christians, and they have returned to live in the said village. And that upon selling their houses and estate, they received the engaño of half the fair price. Furthermore, they were never paid what they were promised. The royal decree ordered the local justices of Montbeltran to examine the petitioner's claim and ensure that justice was served. About a month later, Dueñas presented another petition leading to the issuance of a third royal decree. This time, however, he submitted this petition at the royal court in Medina del Campo. And this decree, granted as an expression of the royal grace, was personally signed by the monarchs, saying nothing about the injustice of an engaño. It was simply a royal favor, a merced, that ordered the authority of Montbeltran to allow Dueñas to buy back his property for the same price he sold it, assuming that the buyers had other houses of their own. This was not Dueñas' last petition. A very similar decree was issued by the monarchs in Medina del Campo about a month later in response to another petition of Dueñas, this time with the 9 other returnees from Montbeltran. The decree gave permission to all of them to repurchase their property under the same conditions. The reason behind Dueñas and his partners' dissatisfaction with the initial decree they received from the Royal Council in Valladolid and their subsequent shift from framing their case around the principle of engaño to pursuing the royal grace can only be speculated upon. It is possible that they were not certain at first that they would be able to secure a royal favor. It is also plausible that upon obtaining the first decree, it became apparent that the case could not be won at the local court due to factors such as a biased judge or challenges in presenting sufficient evidence. By seeking a royal privilege, they aimed to bypass the judicial process altogether. Additionally, it is possible that their strategy involved amassing multiple decrees. The more decrees they obtain, the stronger their position. In any case, the petitionary activities of this group calls attention to the access that at least some returnees, including those who appear to have lost almost everything they had to pirates, had to the central institution of the Castilian monarchy. Petitioner appears here as a coordinated, well-thought, and well-prepared endeavor. Okay, let me turn to my second case study, which will take us back to the story of Rui Gonzalez, the tailor from Plasencia, and his dispute with his neighbor Villalobos. At the best of my knowledge, this case represents the most detailed example we have of a property dispute involving the returnees of 1492. In this specific case, we don't have just a royal decree, which these are short documents, but we have an entire Plato, a civil litigation dossier of approximately 100 folios. That's what we have. And as such, this record offers ample of information of engaño litigation and how it works in practice. Although Beinart briefly mentioned this case in a footnote, I'm not aware of any in-depth analysis of its content. I will provide here a very brief overview of some key issues that emerge within this Plato. So as we have seen, this lawsuit originated in the court of the Corregidor of Plasencia. Very few records of the local judicial archives of 15th century Castile have survived. This particular lawsuit has survived because the Corregidor sentence was appealed to the Royal Court of Appeals, the Audiencia of Valladolid. The dossier consists of a copy of the proceedings held at the first instance and the subsequent proceedings conducted before the judges of the Audiencia. The majority of the dossier consists of testimonies given by witnesses and listed by the two parties. In total, the depositions of 41 witnesses have been documented. The plaintiff, Gonzalez, relied on 16 witnesses who provided answers to questions aimed at establishing that he had fallen victim to engaño, whereas the defendants, Villalobos, presented 12 witnesses to counter this allegation. Additionally, during the tachas stage, where each side attempted to disqualify the opposing party's witnesses, a total of 13 witnesses, 9 in support of Gonzalez and 4 in support of Villalobos, were brought forward. All the deponents were male and they were citizens of Plasencia. In terms of their ethno-religious background, 2 were identified as Muslims, Moros, and among the witnesses speaking on behalf of Gonzalez, there may have been 4 new Christians. A large part of the deposition centered on the questions of Gonzalo's apartment's value during the sale. Villalobos did not deny buying these apartments for the price stated by Gonzalez, that is 15,253 maravedis. There was no point in denying this fact, as Gonzalez had documents that he provided to the court with the original contract made in 1492 under his Jewish name, Sa Bueno. Villalobos' main line of defense, instead, was that the sale price was more than fair. In fact, he and his lawyer put in the questionnaire for the witnesses the following sentences. Considering the purchases that others in Plasencia, it has been said that the price that I gave Villalobos was expensive and higher than the worth of the houses. The witnesses called to testify on behalf of Villalobos largely supported this assertion. Many of them emphasized that the expulsion of the Jews in 1492 led to a dramatic decrease in the property prices in Plasencia that lasted for nearly 2 years. One witness expressed it as follows. During the departure of the Jews, numerous properties were sold at a remarkably low price. Taking into account other houses that were sold on the same street, he, the witness, believed that those apartments that Villalobos purchased from Gonzalez were reasonably sold in line with the others. Villalobos witnesses noted that the recent return of the Jews, that's the term that they use, had caused a surge in house prices in the area. But the prices today in 1496 do not reflect the value of the property around the time of the expulsion. As for Gonzalez, the plaintiff, he and his lawyer endeavored to have the witnesses testifying in his favor affirm that the sale of the 2 apartments constituted a clear case of engaño, and that the fair value of the property at the time was at least 40,000 maravedis. How can such an assertion be made? Well, several witnesses attempted to substantiate it by recounting previous offers made on the same apartments close before the expulsion. So, as one of them recalled, he knows that half a year before the departure of the Jews, Rabbi Simuel, a physician, gave him Gonzalez, offered to give him Gonzalez 40,000 maravedis for the apartments, but Gonzalez did not want to give the apartments to him, to the rabbi, stating that their value was much higher. So that's an evidence used by the witness to show the value around the expulsion. During the Tacha stage, several interesting points were also raised, 2 of which I will briefly mention. The first pertained to the defense attempts to challenge the credibility of 3 of Gonzalez's deponents. Villalobos wanted his own witnesses to confirm that these 3 witnesses, as well as Rui Gonzalez himself, were, I quote, newly converted Christian to our holy faith, and due to their friendship due to the friendship they have always had, along with their fathers before them for a long time, and the fact that they are relatives within the 4th grade, it is expected that they would provide testimony in favor of Rui Gonzalez and against the aforementioned Blasco de Villalobos. What is interesting, he mentioned only 3 witnesses, and there were 16 witnesses speaking for Gonzalez. The second point worth mentioning was Gonzalez's attempt to disqualify one of Villalobos' witnesses based on the assertion that this witness was involved in a similar lawsuit against other attorneys in Plasencia, which allegedly rendered him biased against Gonzalez. So he has a stake in similar lawsuits. The proceeding of the Corregidor's court spanned from April 1496 to January 1497. However, the Corregidor did not issue a ruling for several more months. Frustrated by the situation, Gonzalez petitioned to the Royal Council to complain about the delay. In August 1497, he successfully obtained a royal decree mandating the Corregidor to promptly publish his verdict. The pressure seemed to have an effect. In October 1497, the Corregidor finally rendered his judgment, ruling in favor of Gonzalez. The verdict concluded that the sale had been an act of deceit and engaño, and determined that the value of the property at the time of the sale was 40,000 maravedis. As a result, Villalobos was required to either pay Gonzalez the outstanding amount of nearly 25,000 maravedis or surrender the property and receive a refund. Following this verdict, Villalobos opted to appeal. In December 1497, a legal representative acting on his behalf journeyed to Valladolid to commence the appeal process, submitting the dossier that we have today to the judges of the Audiencia. However, for reason unknown, Villalobos never returned to Valladolid to complete the process. In March 1498, Gonzalez lodged a complaint, prompting the judges of the Audiencia to issue a summons to Villalobos. When the latter failed to appear before the court, the proceedings continued in contumacy. The Audiencia ultimately ruled in favor of Gonzalez in November 1498. Nearly 2.5 years after they initiated the lawsuit, and over 6 years following the expulsion of the Jews, Gonzalez emerged victorious in his legal battle. Okay, in conclusion, I would like to briefly emphasize just a few takeaways that can be gleaned from the cases I've discussed. First of all, and this might be obvious, but still important to note, A point about attitudes towards the returnees. I think that these instances demonstrate that not only the royal regime, but also various officials and judges were inclined to support the returnees' cause, at least at some occasion. The monarchy actively prompted conversion, and the act of being converted granted individuals the ability to assert their position within the political community and even garner favor from the royal family. Second, knowledge, coordination, and communication. The fact that returnees across the kingdom made similar arguments indicates their awareness of other petitions and lawsuits. They knew how to mobilize these procedures and what to argue. Of course, many of them relied on notaries and lawyers, but still, the similar strategies they used suggest circulation of news and rumors across a large territory, and perhaps even some level of coordination between different groups of returnees. Then there is the boldness of these returnees. It is striking, I think, that numerous returnees displayed determination in asserting their rights and even resorting to legal action against their old Christian neighbors. And this is a time of, as we know, of highly intensive inquisitorial activity. Community divisions. These cases highlighted the divisive nature of such disputes within the community. The example of Gonzalez case illustrates the formation of coalition that transcended dissent boundaries. Notably, he was able to gather more witnesses than Villalobos, some of whom appear to be all Christian or at least not identified as conversos. And we also see that these disputes, they involve not only the parties themselves, but dozens of witnesses who were called to take side as witnesses. Outcomes. It is important not to assume that all royal decrees and judicial ruling were implemented as intended. I think it is clear. However, I think that it's telling that there is very few complaints about these royal decrees that they are not being executed. And we know in other cases when there are many petitioners with royal decrees, when they are not executed, they return to complaint. Here we don't have many complaints of these royal decrees not being obeyed. Finally, a comment about what we might call the performative dimension of engaño litigation. I would like to propose that litigating for the engaño allowed returnees to publicly assert their rights and potentially restore a sense of honor and respectability after coming back to their communities. Cases of engaño produced a discourse of victimhood, but this is interesting. This discourse centered not on the expulsion. They couldn't say it was unjust to expel us as Jews, but they could say, oh, we were victims of unjust because this engaño transaction. And they were still kind of like subject to asserted right and had honor. Thank you.
Very much, and Israeli for this very useful insight into economic and social history. So the debate is open, please.
So, and the first, thank you very much, because maybe without knowing, you helped to the question of the first baptism in Portugal with this with your paper. Why? Because I found in the municipal archive in South Portugal a document that is from 1496, after the decree of expulsion of the Jews. That is a copy of the first document that you found here. It's exactly the same. So I didn't know about this decree before in order by the kings in Spain. So I feel that Dom Manuel, of course, the King of Portugal, have all his background about what has happened in Spain, also about the Jews. So, and after all, I feel that the question of the first baptized 1496 is information that the Jews would be out of Portugal by boat, can migrate it as Jews, but they can also go to Spain to be Christians there, because I didn't see any developments of this decree in Portugal, or it disappeared because I just found one copy of this document that is similar to the document that you present here, the first document. or they disappear. But my hypothesis is that there is no developments because he was in such pressure that to the Jews to remain as Christians in Portugal, that really take this option that it was the first baptized later. So he was afraid not only that the Jews come out, but some who do this, the Ottoman Empire, North Africa, but I think that he was also afraid that as in the past, as in 1492, some of these Portuguese Jews can migrate to Spain and remain as Christians there. So this is my my hypothesis.
Yeah, no, this is a great point. I will just clarify that the document of the 14 in November 1492, I didn't find it. This is a document that people were aware of, and it was also published. What I noticed is that there is this discrepancy between these two decrees, and the second one doesn't talk at all about property. But yeah, but I wasn't aware of I want the reference to the copy of that in Portugal. I think it's very interesting because it might suggest also who presented these petitions and where it circulated.
Very interesting paper. I have a question. Andres Bernaldez, in his chronicle of the expulsion, talks about expellees, exiles who sold their houses for a bolt of cloth or a donkey. And you refer to something that's like that. These homes lost their value when it sounds as if a large sector of the entire population of Montbeltran were leaving. When you talk about fair price, first of all, the first question is, what economic understanding lies behind the concept of fair value here? More specifically, you mentioned in the second case that 5 months before the expulsion, the house was valued at 40,000 maravedis. But 5 months before the expulsion, nobody knew there was going to be an expulsion. So the value of the house 3 months before the expulsion, after the decree had been made, must have been different from what it had been 5 months before. So if you could just address sort of around the question of the economic understanding of what was happening and whether this played any role in the proceedings.
That's a great question, and the answer is that I don't know. I was also thinking about it, but I said, oh wow, now I'm not an economic historian. I said, when I wrote this paper in the past couple of weeks, I thought, oh, I really need to read some economic theory to understand how do they calculate, how do they determine a fair value. But I haven't done this process yet. I think that's an important avenue, and I intend to do it if I'm going to develop this paper further. I would say that, yeah, I was more convinced, to tell you the truth, by Villalobos' argument that actually that was the value of the one argument, by the way, that I didn't have time to mention, that he makes, his party makes. He said, actually, I was forced to sell to the Jews because the Jews, they tell the story, the Jews brought this document from the royal decree that ordered people to buy their property because they couldn't find anyone to buy it. So, and the reason that he makes this argument is that in the laws of the Engaño by Alonso Diaz de Montalvo, it says that if I force you, for example, to sell, if I forced you to sell a house, let's say, I cannot come later and say, oh, actually, I want a compensation because it was an Engaño, because you sold it cheap. So he basically tried to present himself and the Christian who bought the Jewish property in 1492 as victims of Engaño from the others, because they were actually the one who were forced to sell it. No one wanted to buy. No one wanted to buy these houses, and the monarchy basically forced them to buy. But the judges are not convinced by that. Unfortunately, judges, as we know in Spanish legal culture, they don't tell you why they make the verdict. They just tell, oh, this side was right. So I don't know what was behind, if there was something behind the scene, or simply Rui Gonzalez was more convincing. I do think that it's telling that he had much more witnesses who spoke in his favor.
Well, thank you. Very fascinating, and maybe I have very Okay, question, because I was gonna ask you if you can give us more context about this practice of claiming that property, like if you have a more general context, and to understand how it works, if you can.
In other contexts.
Well, no, in Spain, right, if it was used also by other people and how, and also I was wondering, you know, how many literature now use the law in order to buy vendor properties, and what was the perception of the Jews that were converted to Christianity and in there? Is there, we have information about that?
So about the numbers, what we do know is what the more or less how many documents there are in the Royal Register, the main source, and there are dozens. I didn't count, but there are dozens. Many of them were published, and others were not published, but they are mentioned. And most of these documents can be consulted through Pares online. They can be documented. But these are just these are not, and that is something I want to emphasize. These are just people who went to the Royal Council. The actual litigation took place in civil courts in lower jurisdictions normally that we don't know. This is the only case that I was able to find as an appeal case of a case like this. There are a few other Platos, but they involve people not returnees who claim Engano, but people who claim that they were family members, they had rights on property, and there were Christians who took over them. And there are a few more Platos, especially in the area of Medina Celi. There are a few cases from there, but that's about the numbers. There were other, for sure, there were other people who use these laws. These laws are constantly, throughout lately the legends are constantly repeated, suggesting that it was a practical issue. I don't know of other cases, but I haven't studied. I haven't looked. I haven't done the process, the work of actually looking more broadly on Engano or more broadly. And then about the status. So for me, it was interesting that in these documents, the witnesses call them the Jews who returned, or they talk about the return of the Jews. But these people are Christians, and they present themselves as Christian, and also they gain the secure royal privilege because they converted. So, but still, on a popular level, it seems that they refer to it. Oh, the Jews have returned.
Yeah, I have only a small technical question. It would seem from the documents that you showed that all of these claimants have various properties in the city, because you translate Las Casas normally by the houses, and once it seems you have doubts, Las Casas you translate the apartments. I have a very vague reminiscence that in medieval legal language you never sell one house, and normally it's Las Casas, even if there's only one house. Yes. Do you know?
Specifically, in this case, specifically talks about dos partes, the casas. And it's clear that they are separate, because some witnesses said that, I knew someone who, they also talk about rent. That's another indication of the value. Said, I know someone who was renting one of the parts. So it's clear from the document that he refers to 2 units. I don't know. I think that probably there are like 2 units in the same. I mean, they are in the same building. That's for sure, because from the way that it is described, but it seems that they are 2 separate, and for that reason I talked about apartments. Some witnesses refer to them as the casas, and some witnesses refer to them as dos partes, the casas.
But if you have only Las Casas, how will you translate it?
I think that it could be a house. Yeah, I think it could be a house, but yeah, I don't know actually. Yeah, it's definitely, I see it sometimes in reference to what is clearly what seems to be a house, but one house. But in this case, it's clear that there are 2 units, that they talk about 2 units.
Yes, thank you. I have a small question. You noticed there were strives, of course, there's a heavy conflict, there's the Inquisition at the time. How you saw people who are mentioned here got processes afterwards? Because it could be a thing to get even.
That would be amazing to find. I wasn't able to find it yet. Because I don't, like, as far as I know, I'm not familiar, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not familiar of inquisitorial files from Plasencia for this period. And also, yeah, I'm not sure about the Mont Trump, but yeah, if I will be able, if I will be able to have sometimes in the local archive, I will go and search for, which I don't know if there are, but local, some notarial records, maybe, some ecclesiastical records, local, maybe, I don't know. I wasn't able to trace these people other than what I presented.
Yes,
Just less.
just an hypothesis why the judges acted as they acted. I think they were fighting the costume that was defunded in Spain at that time, and then also in 16th century, that then gave the fame in Italy to the Spaniards as El Pecadillo Español. Stephanie Pastore, he wrote on all this Picardy. You should read their article, because it's also is reflected on the conversos that went to Italy. And they come with these costumes of, Picardy, not only on flats and casas, but, making tricks. Stephanie Pastore.
Yeah.
El Pecadillo Español in 17th century. In 7th century Italy, but it's referred to the Spanish.
So it's a great pleasure to introduce the next lecturer, Yossi Israeli, studies Jewish and Christian thought in the late Middle Ages and early modern period. Focus on phenomena of religious conversion, conversion theology, biblical studies, apologetics, and Christian terrorism. Since 2021, is a lecturer at the Department of Jewish History and Contemporary Jewry at Maryland University. During the last semester, he was a fellow in the research group of conversion discourses of identity here at IIHS.
That's right.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Laura. I want to begin by thanking the organizing for giving us this wonderful opportunity. And the paper I will present today is in fact one of the fruit of this experience. It's based on an article I was able to write here during the first semester. And in many ways, it incorporates things that I've learned from other fellows, because it, as you will see, take me out of my comfort zone of the late Middle Ages into the lion's den of the early modern print culture. We'll see, and it corresponds with many of the things that we've heard already yesterday and today. So I'll just begin because we're short of time. As those of you who have heard me speak on Pablo de Santa Maria before probably know all too well, I have a very strong opinion on his mischaracterization in modern scholarship as a vindictive, anti-Jewish figure, even anti-Semitic, as one guest speaker in our seminar described him this year. Indeed, Pablo's transformation from a celebrated rabbi to a devoted Christian theologian, pastor, and eventually bishop was in many ways radical. And as part of this process, no doubt, he embraced Christian doctrines and became convinced that his Jewish friends, colleagues, and neighbors were miserably struck with blindness, and that the future of his people belonged with the church, in the church with him. But that does not mean that his new convictions were underlined by a hateful or even supersessionist approach to Judaism, as it is often suggested. In some respects, the opposite is true. Studying his theological work, it is my impression that his impassioned Christian faith was feeding on his absolute confidence that Jewish intellectual, spiritual, and genealogical heritage had vital function to play within the church, advancing human salvation according to the divine promise that God made to Israel. That is, to Israel of the flesh and of the spirit together, meaning converts. The church that Pablo envisioned was to embrace and celebrate its Jewish origins, not to suppress or eradicate them. The study I present today, however, does not concern directly this vision. Rather, it is about a text that had a crucial impact on the distortion of this vision and on Pablo's misrepresentations in modern historiography as an anti-Jewish fanatic who persecuted his own people, quoting another very famous historian. And I'm referring to the 1591 Burgos edition of Pablo's polemical dialogue, the Scrutinium Scripturarum, that became to be almost the standard text that modern scholars who work on Pablo use. I began reading intensively this source many years ago because of my interest in Pablo himself. But somewhere along the way, I was lucky enough to stumble upon a small finding attesting that this edition underwent a mysterious sensorial process, which made me realize that this edition had a dramatic story of its own to tell. The events behind this episode are still largely unknown. We heard some of them perhaps yesterday, and they require further serious study that will mostly interest historians of early modern Spain as well as the history of the book. Yet they can already present a stark illustration to the kind of biased forces that were shaping in the 16th and the 17th centuries some of our historiographical conventions about the much earlier stages of the converso phenomena, which took shape in the early 15th century. And this is the main point that I want to make today, and it relates directly to the last comments and were made regarding Ram's presentation. The 1591 edition of the Scrutinium Scripturarum was printed in Burgos more than a century and a half after the work was originally written. During this period, the Scrutinium was copied in almost 100 manuscripts and was printed at least 8 times. Yet, strangely, only few of these manuscripts can be found today in Spain, and none of the earlier printed editions was published in the Iberian Peninsula. In fact, to the best of my knowledge, the 1591 edition is the only theological work of the celebrated bishop that was ever printed in pre-modern Spain. A detail that should already call to our attention the fact that this was not a casual or a naive reprint of a bestseller. And indeed, its editor, an Augustinian friar and a native of Burgos by the name Cristobal de Sanctotis, supplemented the edition with several other texts, including 2 works of his own pen, which he inserted before the Scrutinium as kind of a prologue that leads the reader towards the main text. The first was the Vita, which is the first extended biography of Pablo ever to be written, dedicated to the glorification of his virtues and accomplishments, and the second, a shorter polemical treatise titled Recognizing the True Origins of the Heretics, in which Sanctotis explores the Judaizing nature of the heretical sects he encountered during his long years of service in the Low Countries, that is to say, Protestant movements. It were these additional materials, I would suggest, that painted for the first time Pablo's image in the anti-Jewish colors that would come to dominate modern scholarship. Pablo, we are repeatedly told by Sanctotis, detested Judaism as he realized better and before anyone else what kind of a mortal danger it posed to Christian society. The breath of a single Jew, he is reported to regularly have said, can infect the entire kingdom with their fatal disease. Thus, to combat these hazards, he initiated all the anti-Jewish policies and segregation law that were enacted during his lifetime. For example, the notorious laws of 1506 and 1406 and 1412 that Ram also mentioned before. Moreover, Sanctotis claims that it was Pablo who first conceived the plan to expel the Jews from Spain. And although he was unable to bring Enrique III and Juan II to do so, his advice would finally make its impact in the courts of the Catholic monarchs many years after his death. The Scrutinium Scripturarum, according to the narrative that Sanctotis weaves, served as the theological platform that supported and complemented Pablo's anti-Jewish policies, while presenting the most efficient ways to combat the Jewish enemy. Thus, the 1591 edition presents Pablo as a man who was ahead of his time, designing the kind of inquisitorial policies that would eventually, I quote, save Spain from the horrible plague of heresies that now inflicted all of Northern Europe. Because, as Sanctotis insisted, all these heretical groups, be them Lutherans, Calvinists, Anabaptists, anti-Trinitarians, Sabbatarians, and others, were Judaizers of different kinds. They all served the same Jewish poison in different cups. This is what Sanctotis labored to prove in his short treaty recognizing the true origins of the heretics that now preceded the scrutinium. And precisely because there was such an overlap between the Jewish perfidy and the heretics of the 16th century, the same kind of spiritual remedies that Pablo allegedly prescribed to heal Spain from its Jewish disease could now be used to save all of Europe from the heretical sects. Sanctotis even boasts that he already put this strategy to the test when he himself participated in the Council of Trent 30 years earlier in 1562. Giving a speech in the council against the heretics, he amazed all the participants by using the anti-Jewish arguments he found in Pablo's Scrutinium. These arguments proved to be so efficient and made such great impression that Cardinal Serripando, who presided over the council, approached him and made him promise that he would print the Scrutinium again so the whole church could use it in its fight against the self-proclaimed evangelicals. In fact, Sanctotis tells that this was the reason why he prepared the 1591 edition in the first place, to fulfill the promise he made to the cardinal who was now dead for 30 years. So, in other words, the openly proclaimed premise behind the 1591 edition was that Pablo and the Scrutinium served as the spearhead of the inquisitorial discourse and thus were fully compatible with the views and policies of the Tridentine Church. The problem with this narrative, as I already suggested, is that it has very little to do with Pablo's actual positions and writings. Indeed, Pablo held to several high-ranking positions when anti-Jewish policies were enacted, but there is no evidence that he was behind them. And in his own writing, Pablo never speaks of Jews or Judaism in terms of stench or diseases. He never proposed to take anti-Jewish coercive measures, and there is no hint in his work that he thought of Jews or Judaism as a threat that could not be tolerated in a Christian society. In fact, not only that Pablo did not speak the inquisitorial language of the 16th century, in some fundamental respects, he radically subverted it, as he regularly criticized Christian biblical traditions based on his own Hebraic proficiencies and perspectives. His work, written in the early 15th century, contained numerous claims that could have been easily read in 16th century Spain as problematic, to say the least, and even outright heretical, especially, of course, when coming from the mouth of a Jewish convert. Indeed, his biblical commentaries, the Additiones, were far worse in that regard, actively promoting an Hebraic reform to the Christian study of the Bible, to the extent that some of Pablo's critics in Northern Europe would regularly refer to him as Rabbi Paulus. But even his much more careful and cautious polemical dialogue, the Scrutinium, that was written as a monument to his genuine conversion and Christian persuasion, had structural features that subverted the inquisitorial ideals that came to dominate Spain in the 16th century. Few examples. Pablo allowed the Jewish side of the dialogue to speak against Christianity quite freely and reasonably, which I mentioned yesterday with regard to your presentation. He admitted the authenticity and superiority of the Hebrew Bible over the Latin translation. And most outrageous, he openly argued that rabbinic traditions were integral part of Jesus's world, and that Jesus even instructed the Jews to search them for Christian teachings. An argument that would later be quoted by Johannes Reuchlin in his defense of the Talmud, and consequently would be condemned as heretical by Reuchlin's powerful Dominican rival. Thus, not for nothing, Pablo's work was marginalized in Spain, copied in very few manuscripts, and never printed neither before the 1591 edition and neither after. And not for nothing did Sanctotis put so much effort to paint Pablo as an ideological forerunner of the Inquisition. If he wanted to get the Scrutinium printed in Spain of the late 16th century, a time in which every interreligious dialogue was considered dangerous, let alone a dialogue presenting an eloquent and reasonable Jewish speaker, he could not, by any means, let the book speak for itself. He had to speak for it and make it sound as if it met the anti-Jewish standards of his days. Even though these standards marked the complete defeat of Pablo's Christian vision rather than its triumph. But if so, the big question is why? Why did he do it? Why was Sanctotis so anxious to bring the Scrutinium to print in the first place? As we already mentioned, Sanctotis did give an explanation that fitted into his larger narrative about Pablo and the Scrutinium, the great enthusiasm that the book steered in the Council of Trent, and the promise he gave Cardinal Saripando. But given all that we have just said about the nature of the Scrutinium, there is a very good reason to doubt this story as well, especially as there is almost nothing that supports it beyond Sanctotis' own words. Indeed, Sanctotis actively participated in Trent, and we even have quite a few testimonies about his activity, including the full record of the speech he gave about distinguishing between the heretics and the true church. Evidently, the same speech to which he alluded in the 1591 edition. Yet, there is nothing in these materials that imply, even remotely, that Sanctotis was using the Scrutinium directly or as a general source of inspiration for any of the arguments he makes in this speech. Thus, once again, I would dare to propose that we should not take Sanctotis by his word, and that a different reason, a much more prosaic and earthly one, motivated him to prepare this edition, one that had less to do with saving Europe from the heretics, and much more to do with saving the Santa Maria clan from the purity of blood regulations that came back to haunt them during that time. The exact details of these episodes are still waiting to be recovered in the archives, and we just heard yesterday about a new piece of evidence that Laura presented. But from the materials long published by Amador de los Rios and Cantera Burgos, we can tell that by the late 1580s or the early 1590s, some descendants of the Santa Maria family faced allegations they should be excluded from military and religious orders on account of their Jewish blood. And of course, they were not alone. By the second half of the 16th century, numerous members of Iberian aristocracy had to unexpectedly deal with Jewish stains in their distant past. But in most cases, noble families dealt with this problem by fixing their family records and their genealogical trees, thus denying they had any direct relation to a Jewish blood. But the Santa Maria family took, at least eventually, a different strategy. Instead of hiding their Jewish ancestry, they aimed to render it so unique and so extraordinary that regulations should not apply to them at all. And strikingly, they were able to do so successfully. The petition they filed sometimes in the 1590s was approved in 1604, and they were granted a royal privilege signed by Philip III, which instructed that all the descendants of the said patriarch, Don Pablo de Santa Maria, are exempted from any institutional restriction or discrimination that might stem from their Jewish blood. But as you can already understand from the time lapses, this extraordinary exemption, which was sent a year prior to the Pope for approval, was not easily obtained. Rather, it was the hard-won fruit of an effort that has lasted well over a decade, in which the rich family spared no means, conducting a public, legal, and historiographical campaign during which they solicited deposition by experts, collected local testimonies, printed pamphlets, and rewrote the history of the family, all in order to prove and establish that their case was so unique that it justified the exemption from the rule, an exceptionality that mostly stemmed from the miraculous story of the family's patriarch, Don Pablo de Santa Maria, his lineage, his piety, his virtues, and his accomplishments as both a bishop and a royal advisor that also included his successful policies towards the Jews. The preparation of the 1591 edition in Burgos was directly connected, so I believe, to this affair. Immediately after the Vita was written, it came to play a pivotal role in building the family's case, providing the desperately needed proofs for some of the claims made in the formal petition. For example, that Pablo's lineage was directly related to that of the Virgin Mary, and that he was baptized in 1390, a year before the massacres and the first conversions of 1391. No other source quoted in there is no other source in the petition, in the formal petition, quoted other than the Vita. The correlations between the 1591 edition and the family's legal struggle seem to be far too extraordinary and numerous to be regarded as a mere coincidence. And in this context, of course, Pablo's distorted portrait make a perfect sense. First of all, it provides the pretext for the first ever publication of his work in Spain and the Vita within it. Secondly, it shrewdly positions Pablo as a theologically consensual figure by the parameters of the 16th century, which he obviously was not. And thirdly, it added another accomplishment to his long list of achievements, one that particularly countered the dangers of Jewish Razak. So, as we are running out of time and we are short, I'm going to leave that part of the story aside for now, and I'm going to now pass over to show you another twist in this remarkable story of the edition that will, I think, further illustrate the kind of very particular incentives that Sanctotis had when he produced it. When I started working on Pablo de Santa Maria about 15 years ago, I ordered a digital scan of the 1591 edition from the Vatican Library, as there was no copy in Israel. A few years later, Google Books came into our lives, allowing me to look at this edition while away from my desk through other copies of that same edition that became available online. One day, as I was looking in one of these online copies for something specific in the Vita for which I already made myself some notes, I could not find the passage. I assumed I simply mixed up the page numbers in my notes. However, when I was working again on these materials from my own Vatican Library copy, the passages appeared where they were supposed to be. At this point, I began realizing that somehow the 1591 edition had more than one version. After comparing all the copies I could find, it became clear that all were identical but one, the copy from the Complutense University, once belonging to the collection of Cantera Burgos, which luckily, perhaps miraculously, happened to be the first copy to be uploaded online to Google Books. For several years, I was not really sure what to make of it, until I came across a short article from 1993, let's see the stamp, by Jose Luis Maure, that presented evidence that Pablo's biography was expurgated by the crown. Sparing you the specifics, Maure found a note written in the 17th century in which the celebrated humanist Lorenzo Ramirez de Prado says that he has seen a correspondence in which the crown instructs to censor Pablo's biography. Or more accurately, more precisely, to extract and amend some pages gently and without abolishing the entire book. Maure assumed, understandably, that this expurgation process took before the work was printed, and that the original text could be recovered only if the manuscript of the Vita would ever be found. However, the two different versions of the edition prove that the expurgation of the text actually took place only after the book was printed, and it was done in such a gentle and discreet manner that no reader was to notice that it ever took place. Again, as it turns out, one of the original copies, or perhaps the only original copy, has survived, allowing us to see what details were deemed so outrageous that they had to be secretly purged from the text, and how exactly this was done. So let me begin briefly with the how. A comparison between the two versions revealed that two choirs, each containing 16 pages, were extracted from the original print. They include pages 1 through 16 and pages 48 to 64. These were replaced by new choirs in which the text was re-edited. In this process, 3 textual units were completely erased, 2 from the first choir and 1 from the second choir, counting altogether about 1,500 words. The remaining text stayed the same, but it was rearranged to spread over the pages of the entire choir, thus covering for the lost spaces. And you can see here, this is the original version. This is a beginning of a textual unit that was censored. This is the new one. You can see the different pugnation because of the changes that were made. And In green barracks, you can see the identical text, and from this point onwards, the text got amended in the new quires, and you see here a different text. This new composition did leave few visible marks in the first pages of the book. For example, a short introduction to the Vita that originally appeared on page 7 as a paragraph preceding the biography was printed over the entire 9th page of the revised edition. But outside of such few visible changes, one needs to closely compare the text to see the specifics in the specific pages that were replaced in order to notice any difference between the two versions. This process, we may assume, was initiated when a copy of the book was brought for inspection before the Royal Council, like other books were. At this stage, the price of the book was to be determined, and the special reader was to be appointed to examine whether the edition matched the printing license that was given based on the manuscript. But apparently, what exactly happened in the case of the 1591 edition, we do not know. But apparently it was not uncommon in Spain that books that received licenses would be called for expurgation after their print, and usually only after they hit the book market. What does seem to be rather special in this case is that this expurgation was kept in secret, without giving any notice to the reader. And I personally was not able to find similar cases, but this is an issue that experts of the history of the book would have to assess. So now let's turn quickly to the what and see what kind of information was deemed so sensitive that it had to be secretly purged. So the 3 textual units that were erased from the Vita all concern stories and rumors about Pablo's mysterious lineage, delineating alternative strategies that could free the family from the impediments of their Jewish blood. Alternatives, evidently, that went a step too far. The first unit, and I'm just giving you a very broad introduction, the full text are in the slides that perhaps we can look at if there is time for discussion. The first unit remains in the realm of Jewish lineage. It tells of a rumor according to which Pablo's father belonged to the famous aristocratic family of the Jewish converts from Aragon, de la Caballeria. Beside of glorifying the noble origins of this family that go all the way back to the biblical kings of Israel and to the Virgin Mary, Sanctotis quotes from a royal privilege that was allegedly granted both to this family and to Pablo's brother in the 15th century, practically granting them the status of Christian nobility. Privileges, important to note, that are not mentioned in any other source we know. Thus, presumably, if this account had not been censored, the Santa Maria's case would have been much easier to make, as it offered precedence to their exceptional legal position as conversos who enjoyed the privilege of purity. The second and third textual unit were even more daring, as they charted new genealogical trees that directly linked Pablo to Gothic aristocracy and even royalty, by peddling rumors that his mother was not the biological daughter of the Jewish parents who raised her. According to the third story, Pablo's mother was the daughter of Juan Núñez III, the last lord of the House of Lara, a mighty noble family that dominated Castilian politics for centuries until they were decimated during this Castilian Civil War. And Lara told yesterday about this, I didn't put here the detail, but about this phrase that Alonso de Cartagena is supposedly writing to his brother when he gets their fortress, and it also appears in this account as well. But the main proof here regards the burial arrangements that Pablo makes in the monastery of San Pablo for himself and the Lara family. But even more sensational was the second story, evolving the legend about the Jewish origins of King Pedro I, the first of Castile, the cruel or the just, depending on your political preferences. As the fable went, Pedro's mother, Queen Maria, who failed to deliver a male heir to her husband, switched her newborn daughter with the infant son of a Jewish woman. And the Jewish boy she received then became King Pedro. In Pablo's Vita, Sanctotis presented an offshoot of this story, according to which the princess daughter that was secretly given to the Jewish family grew up to be Pablo's mother, thus making Pablo a direct descendant of royalty. The original story of the original version of the Pedro story, it is often noted, was invented as part of the propaganda campaign surrounding the Castilian Civil War. In order to undermine Pedro's legitimacy and support Enrique's claim to the throne. However, the story has been successfully purged from formal historical narratives in the peninsula, surviving only in French accounts. This was probably due to the fact that in 1388, and I very much thank Yanai for pointing my attention to this, the two grandsons of these arch nemesis married among themselves, giving birth to King Juan II. From that point onwards, the story about Pedro's Jewish origins implied that Trastamara dynasty also had Jewish blood running their veins, thus providing a very good reason to try and silence this story in Spain. Evidently, however, the tale was kept alive through oral channels. According to Sanctotis, the people of Burgos held to such an oral tradition that was passed from a father to son, also believing that Pablo was granted his great honors and positions in the court because the monarchs he served, Enrique III and Juan II, knew of his royal lineage and that he was their elder relative. Sanctotis, unlike these common townsfolk, remained hesitant and was even skeptic as to the reliability of these stories. Yet the fact is that he did try to include them in the Vita, even though he surely knew how explosive they were. The question, again, is why? And the only answer that I can think of is that these stories were supposed to provide the Santa Maria family a kind of a plan B, that is another platform or a pathway for pursuing limpieza, one that would circumvent their Jewish origins almost altogether, as other noble families around them did exactly. Yet these pathways were immediately blocked by the royal censors, eventually leaving the family only with Plan A. Thus, to conclude, where the censored stories of the Vita, which I could only briefly introduce here, do not shed new light on Pablo's actual life, they do tell how converso symbols were crafted in the 16th century. And in that sense, they provide a stark reminder to the kind of intermediate layers that stand between us, modern historians and readers, and the realities of the 14th and 15th centuries, in which the converso phenomena took its early shape. For Spaniards of the 16th and 17th centuries, the stakes involved in telling the history of the 15th century were as high as they could get. And accordingly, they were actively and constantly reshaping this past to meet their new standards and needs, mostly by marginalizing what they deemed as problematic, but sometimes also radically reframing and distorting it, as in the case of Pablo de Santa Maria. But I believe that this is true not only to Pablo, but for quite a few other cases of the early 15th century. The climate, okay, so I'm talking about the intellectual climate that existed in the peninsula roughly until the middle of the 15th century, the climate that facilitated the mass conversions to begin with, and in which converso identities and aspirations were first formed. And in that regard, again, this is like this complements from the Christian side an image of the different theological possibilities that were laid before conversos in the late 14th century and early 15th century, that we need to recover in order to understand what was actually going on there, at least until the half of the 15th century. And that's it.
And congratulate with Yossi Israeli for your excellent lecture. So I think the puzzle is almost complete.
What's that?
The puzzle is
Yeah.
almost complete. So
Fantastic, Yossi, because here we understand why the Santa Marias were put as an exception. is not only vis-à-vis the new Christians, is vis-à-vis all the system within the old Christians. And in this way, this reminds me a document I found, I mentioned you, by the canonist Gabriel Vasquez, in which he justified the novelization of the Santa Maria, applying the Aristotelic exceptionally of the Epikeia. And in this way, he said, if any rule must have exceptions, is the Epikeia, then is the Santa Maria. This was a very elegant way to, on the one hand, to make the exception and not create, you know, a kind of situation in which others would apply. Second thing, we can perhaps think the influence made by Philip II lover, Isabel de Osorio. They purportedly had 2 children, and they were part of the high nobility. And this is only one of the things, more of the yellow press, you know, but that perhaps had an enormous power. And still, I finish it. Let's also remind later on that when Francisco de Quevedo wrote El Buscón, he named the Pícaro Don Pablos. And I think it's probably a retroactive criticism against these days of exceptional parvenus. Thank you so much.
Just a quick follow-up about the Osorio. So yes, so one of the descendants who begin this process is the son of allegedly the son. Some say is one possibility is the son of the king's mistress, Isabel. And so if this is true, so the story about Pablo's royal lineage could in fact have kind of worked as a kind of his way to reclaim his own royal lineage that he cannot openly say that. So, but yeah, it's a very interesting possibility.
So
thank you so much. It's excellent research, and we have to thank the president also the memorial formed by Laura. So you have good research from all of these facts. And it adds new elements to the history of creating a blood in Spain, which is very, very complicated. And so you clarified a lot of things. Yes. And there are 2 aspects here which are important, and you mentioned the explanation of the one. First, there is now a good set of research concerning cleansing of blood, royal cleansing of blood. You have these acts by the king since at least since the last decades of the 15th century. First in Castile and then in Portugal, very fast. Then they went on, and I found the act of cleansing of the blood of the Crash de Rio, a family which by the mid-16th century, family which by the 17th century became the viscounts of Barbacena, governors of the and so that there is in Spain, and that's the issue, the big debate. Ana Isabel Lopez Salazar Congress worked on it too. There's a big debate about asking the privilege of the king because it would be diminished. So people would avoid to ask the privilege from the king after the first decades of the 16th century in Spain, not in Portugal, because they would be considered inferior. They have been cleansed by the king. They would prefer to go through the barriers of religious orders, military orders, and get the status of old Christian, even if it was very prepared. But the issue is that, and you gave the answer, this case of the Santa Maria, they didn't have a choice.
because they were too busy. So they needed to work, they work, no way now. So you, that's just a comment in this private context.
Thank you very much.
Just wondering, we brought this late publication of this version of you mentioned it in 1591. Maybe beyond this publication, we can imagine the pressure of the same kind of English.
Yes, we can. So Sanctotis, so even Sanctotis, even his own story seems to him a bit strange. So why 30 years after the events in Trent he goes on to print, and he says, well, I had to do this, I had to do that, I had chores over there, they made me be a Notarian here, and then I forgot about it, and I thought, well, I'm not gonna do it. And then he says, and suddenly when I was back in Spain, back in Burgos, Gravissimi Weary came to me and reminded me of the pledge I once gave to the cardinal, and that I have to fulfill it. Now, I don't think he actually gave a pledge to the cardinal, but he does indicate that there was a third party of some very important and very probably rich people who pushed him to print it. But yes, so yes, these are speculations, and again, I must admit I'm completely out of my comfort zone and my territory. So I don't know. Experts of archives of 17th century and 16th century Spain will have to put the little mechanics of what actually happened there. But yeah, I would bet that the Santa Maria family hired him to do that in one way or another.
Okay, two questions. One of the defendants of the Inquisition in the Cortes of Cadiz commented that Pablo warned the Spanish public against the conversos, not the Jews, conversos. Do you recall such a tradition in the text? And the second question, if we leave aside the first story about the Pedro the First, why to erase also what he said about the royal privileges? After all, you know that Spain was full of what we call falsos chronicones. So if someone is inventing a tradition, why is there a problem with it?
Okay, so I will give my best speculations after I thought about them. I'll begin with your last question. So the Pedro story is obvious. The Lara family also has the Lara family also had claim to the throne at 1315, so they are also are linked to royal family. So it's also a very problematic story. But the most interesting story, the most curious story is why to expurgate the La Cavalleria story.
Yeah.
And there are two possible answers that I could think of. One is that there were no such privileges that he quotes. He fabricates royal privileges that he quotes, and he says that were given in 1438 and in 1410. And that was the reason. But I would like to suspect a much more interesting reason, and that is that by the late 16th century, the Jewish background of the La Cavalleria family was not that obvious to everyone as we imagine today as modern readers of historiography who constantly read the La Cavalleria family as descendants of conversos, because there are documents from the late 15th century in which the Cavalleria are denouncing their own Jewish heritage with testimonies given that, I believe that they were probably written later and were inserted into the archives as kind of an earlier proof. But, and again, there was mentioned the story, another amazing coincidence that I think marks that something is going on here. The Zelus Christi is printed in 1592 for the first time. Why are they printing the Zelus Christi almost again 200 years after it was in, suddenly in 1592, a year after this print of the Scrutinium. And despite what is often written, if you read the Zilus Christi carefully, the introduction, there is no indication, there is no self-proclamation of the author to be of Jewish origins. He says, yes, I learned Hebrew and Arabic from being from small childhood, but he never says explicitly that he is from a conversal family. So I'm not stating that, I'm not confident enough to say yeah, but there is something going on there with the Cavalleria family. And I would not be surprised if there were descendants of the Cavalleria family who didn't like this story in Pablo's Vita going around, putting forward the issue that they were Jew. I mean, nobody needs to put this in from their possible perspective. So this is another possible answer, perhaps, I don't know. But you seemed uncomfortable with the first one, the one that they didn't want the fake privileges to be quoted.
No, I do not think there is a problem with fake privileges to be quoted in 16th century Spain, because the años de Viterbo fiction were quite widespread in every city and
but yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. But
Leo in the Crown is.
I want to sharpen a little bit the problem. So the problem is the basic problem, right? The original sin is that in the early 15th century, they were doing things that were later rendered illegal. They were giving Jew, you were one day a Jew and next day you were a bishop. You were granted positions that you were not supposed to get according to 16th century standards of purity of blood law. So this, if the king gave this privilege that he said, on what basis did can a king say, can give a noble status to give an affirmation to be a bishop for someone who was yesterday a Jew? So there's a problem here, and this is part of what I think is being done across the board in the 16th century, is to kind of let these events, you know, be or again or reframed or be forgotten.
It's not voto de Santiago.
No.